Again, welcome to Have a Say 247.
Association of Past Criminals, the APC. Association of Past Criminals. Driver panels that can be the man of Malaya. Here I know Moon. Ndara. Nebera na bi me ime campaign. Unu geri rice ribo unu. Ndi beribe. Ndi new dog. Ndo APC Association of Past Criminals. Leha. Ndi new dog. Nebera freedom. I'm very much campaign na ba leha. Shameless human being. Shameless human being. Unu very much campaign na ba. Ofe muruba tuna ka.
That was APC's campaign in Aba. A regular guy reacting to members of the APC campaign team in Aba. Let's see what happened in other places.
Onwanero, you cannot lead us. You are afraid of. I will say it with my chest. You cannot lead us. You are afraid of. Only the first time when I give you people, make you lead. Now you behave like this. They gave you 4 million. Give issues what 250,000. Make they say do mobilization to Asaba. Only you put money for pocket. Go carry those having boss. Carry home a short net for good like this. Boss they carry shoot like for school for Ogara. Where the most of them they break down. We did that. The most of the break down. You say make the boss they journey to Asaba. You also not to don't fight for road. Don't carry money. You don't go Asaba. You don't go Lodge. You cannot lead us. You cannot lead us. The leadership of a city boy movement is better state. More than remove Onwanero from the coordinator of Tito Point. He cannot lead us. He has failed us. He is corrupt. Him and his escort are corrupt. Even the director of transport at the LGA level, he did not carry him along. The person of Justice Ikutu, he did not carry him along. Owe cannot lead us. He cannot. I stand against.
Here you see them already talking about corruption within the city boys movement. That was in Delta State. Let's see what's happening in other places. People complaining about the state of the country. Watch.
The city boy movement. See the only hope where the youth get. Now phone, people power bank. Now be this one. No lights. Lights will not fit bring. No lights, no good road. Nothing in this country. Every day city boy movement, city boy. Wait till now they move. No development. Wait till now they move. Obi Kubana Chief Prince. Wait till now they move. Sheyi, wait till now they move. City boy movement. Yeah. People phone, I be on this one. People phone, people power bank. The only hope when we get for lights, 400, 300 every day for country where work no day. Every day city boy movement. Now they do rally full everywhere. Make them vote for now for the rubbish one they do. Now Nigeria youth will no get sense. Now them my brain. They go still go vote for now.
All right. And this one.
Everyone and ambassador for me don't know Iki. We need lights. No lights. No hungry they beat us. Lights no day. Now darkness now we tell the sleep. For the past 6 months, we never take our eyes see lights. No
Meanwhile, the money is flowing for those who are interested. Politics brings in money, and Nigeria especially. Take a look.
GM till eternity. Okolomo till eternity. Tinubu 4x4. Okolomo till eternity. Then I can interpret for you.
Oh yeah. MRPC.
Now, if you look at the other departments, we have two departments operating in Nigeria: the church and politics. Nothing is going on there other than the usual. Let me show you a very interesting video that came out this week. I hope it's this week, but people have been commenting on that. Let's watch. Now, these church members dipping their machete inside holy water. I'd want to believe it doesn't look good, whatever the reason behind it. It doesn't look good that we've got to that point where people have to go to church carrying a machete. Now, about what's going on in the political scene, people are defending their candidates. We'll talk about that during the show a lot. But let me show you this interesting encounter.
Yeah. Tell us why the APC wants to remain in government. Can you campaign? I want you to campaign for your party in 3 minutes. Look at the camera.
Why I think that APC and the Nigerians will vote APC come 2027 is because my party have laid the foundation for this country. And that foundation, a solid foundation, must be built upon. When you start up a house, only you knows what you are putting and how solid it was and the material you start with to complete it. The party just laid the foundation and we want to finish it to the roofing until Nigeria have a roof over their head.
All right, that is APC's guy defending their party. Let's watch this guy.
I hear somebody in the talk say, Obi, he will lose election for not. You are joking. Wallahi, you go see marvelous. You know what they call quantum marvelous? You go see marvelous. One thing you know, Wallahi, Obi is a son of the north. You're not going to understand. Even during Abacha column, he said this person is a nice person. He give on consultants, he say, make you decongest and deport. Abacha no be notana. A love Obi. Notanas love Obi. Obi is a son of the north. If you think that Obi will not win north, you are daydreaming. Have you not heaven dreaming? It go shock you wallahi. Then goes goes.
All right, that's all the time we have. Let's quickly go to the show. We don't have time anymore. Thank you again for watching this.
All this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Janaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
no
took
more
my
going
time
to
to
be
talk. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my comment.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Physically, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. You understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid.
Can we arrest the meeting ground? Can we arrest the meeting ground?
So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to manage them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time, then you make it.
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on. Don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil-producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him 1 second.
Do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Dr. Damages, please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
I consider you a fool. Yeah.
On this panel, yeah. Who are the fools?
I'll explain the foolish statement that you made. When you were talking about Showore.
I made a foolish statement.
Yes, you did.
You must be very stupid if you don't know how to respect your elder. You are very, very stupid. Are you crazy? You must be very stupid to use that word on your elders. Am I your mate? You're a very stupid boy. Can you learn how to talk?
If you cannot handle it, don't ask me.
Can you learn how to talk?
Mute your mic.
See, don't be fooled with the comment section hype. So
excuse me.
Okay, hold on, guys.
I expected you to ask him to withdraw that word. Nobody is a fool on this panel.
Okay, hold on.
Stupid. Can you call your?
Okay, hold on, everybody. I know we are ranting.
Can you call your father a fool?
No, hold on.
If my father behaves like you, yes, I would.
No, please, everybody, calm down.
There's a protest tomorrow to liberate us. Most people here, we pull a call to say, don't participate. You know you are an Igbo. You know you are a Do. You know they don't like you. You know you are from Benue. You know you are from Jos. They're going to kill you. We are delusional. We are pretenders. We are not sincere. We are hypocritical. Dr. Damage is a right man. Okay, thank you. I do not take this for granted. I consider this a privilege for bringing me back on and on again. I drop my heart for you. Thank you. I rest my case and I'm gone. I wish Ovie was here. I wanted to talk to Ovie. Ovie is an agent. He's a distractor. Each time he comes here, tell him to remove those demons and ancestors behind him. Or else you charge him for it. He's collecting money. Yeah, he's doing free advert on your show. You allow him to do that nonsense every day. Doctor, today, I'm agree with you too. I rest my case.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Omar.
If you really want to know what Akpabio and his friend organize rally in their constituencies, people know they bring change. Organized people do. USAID use now to destroy what we had then. Instead of you to come and apologize to Nigeria, you apologize to the man who was in power. Is you dumb?
Did they just say what you had then? What you had then was IPP and Abacha. You are dumb. You are a moron. You don't even collect good money. You don't collect good money. You Nigeria is money. You are in America doing a DoorDash. You are in America doing DoorDash. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself. You call me a fool. You call me a fool. What you are no, I didn't know where the money came from. But what we achieved, I'm talking about the achievement. We killed Abacha out. We killed IPP out. That is the democracy. You are your moronic and imbecilic Okpebolo. I enjoy it today. You guys will die. You guys will die. You guys don't take it. It's just that we're not taking the cooperation of Nigerians. You call me a fool. You are moronic. You are imbecilic. You are in the nonentity of your Nigeria is money. You are in America doing DoorDash. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. That's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. It's Saturday, May the 9th, 2026, and this is Have Your Say 247, the show we designed for you to have your say on everything going on in Nigeria, Africa, and the world at large. Again, thank you for joining us. It's a beautiful day here in New York City. We are coming to you live, and we want you to join us as we look at stories making the news. Of course, we start with the political events in Nigeria. Is heating up as we speak in Nigeria. The new party that Peter B moved to, NDC, they are having their first national convention today. So that's going on as we speak. Of course, the president is still out. I've not seen any video or pictures of him in France. I don't know if anybody saw him. But he went to abroad again, and from there he is going to go to Kenya and then Rwanda. That's on the Nigerian front. And in South Africa, it's still tense. The tense situation around xenophobic attacks on foreigners is still going on. But at the same time, the president of South Africa, Ramaphosa, is in trouble. They are considering impeaching him. So we will touch on that and what's going on across other parts of Africa. But I think we are going to spend more time looking at the political situation in Nigeria, where you have the obedient movement. There was a split inside the obedient movement, and some people are saying they are moving away from P2B. They are now moving with P2B to the new political party. We're going to look into that. Atiku is also trying to determine what is going to happen now that P2B is not with him. But someone who is not shy about his position is someone that most of you know, Kenneth Okonkwo, who has been on this platform before. He has been talking about Obi's movement to a new political party. And it's been very interesting. So we're going to look at what he said before and what he's saying now. Let's take a look a little bit on what he's saying now about P2B.
Reveal one secret to you. The first day I was consulted in this coalition, and that was before the unveiling, they asked me, so how is the possibility of ADC performing in the Southeast? I told them plainly and straight away, don't build anything on P2B because he's not going to contest under ADC because he will eventually leave. Why was I so sure? Because he's a man that has morbid fear for primary election. He has never been in one, and he will not be in one until he finishes his political career. He became a governor. He entered into primary election. He failed and lost to Raf Mosu in Apga. And then he still managed to find the leaders to cancel that primary, and they still gave him the ticket. That was how he became governor. And so when he gave the reason of challenges, of course, he lied, because his main reason is that he does not want to face the primary election. And let me tell you another thing, because ADC was fully prepared to convince the whole world that P2B is not interested in democracy. When he came into ADC, he gave a condition that he should be allowed to produce the National Organization Secretary, National Organizing Secretary, NOS. And the reason he gave is that so that he will be the one to conduct the primary. And ADC said, fine, take. When we were doing the e-registration, P2B again and his followers asked to be in charge of the e-registration. And that was why they put my sister, Aisha Yusuf, to be in charge and Obi aid, so that all the members of ADC in the primary will be determined by P2B. And then P2B was to organize the primary. That was why you did not hear him say, this primary is dollarized, is monetized. That's the reason I'm going, because he was to be the one to organize the primary.
All right, we're going to talk, we're going to touch on that and what he's saying now as well, compared to what he said before. But there's something more important. In APC also, they are having their own crisis because they are using this consensus party decision as a way to determine who will be leading, taking the tickets of different positions. And a lot of people are not happy about that. Let's listen to one of the men who went to collect form, hoping to run for office under APC. So the man had to cry. I understand that Issa Pantami, former minister, also he wanted to run for governor, but he was told that he should forget about it because it's being handed over to some other people. So there's crisis there. And former Labour Party elected officials in the National Assembly who wanted to leave APC because they couldn't get tickets in APC, wanted to go back to where P2B is, which is NDC. And they were told to forget about it, that it's not going to happen. So there are a lot of things going on in the political arena that we are going to discuss today. And I hope you will join us and be part of that conversation. But quickly, let me touch on just a few pictures that made news this week. This one is quite interesting. People are comparing political parties of the two leading candidates. I think we can say that now, Bola Tinubu and Peter Obi, over the years. And someone came up with this image that illustrates the different parties they've been part of in their years as politicians in Nigeria. And then we have this interesting take, the ambassador, Reno Mokri, who is the ambassador, Nigeria's ambassador to Mexico, he reminded Nigerians that petrol price is 3 times higher in England than in Nigeria. You know, you wish you can grab Nigerians and talk to them personally, each of them, because when he says something like this, if it makes sense, I don't know if it will make sense to any Nigerian who is abroad, but for Nigerians at home, they need something. Maybe there's something that I wish we can talk to people at home, you know, not people who come on this platform who are who have a lot of experience, they've lived abroad and things like that. But I want to know that people at home, that they know that the money that people make abroad, the minimum wage they make abroad, is not, this Reno wouldn't tell you that it's maybe 200 times more than what they make in Nigeria. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out as one of the kind of propaganda messages that are out there. There are so many of them in today's Nigeria, and I hope that over this election period will be opportune to digest and diagnose some of those. This is another headline. You know, the minister in charge of education is saying that, look, if you are a doctorate, PhD, is given to you by any university, that you didn't earn it, is an honorary degree, that you should stop using doctor in your name. So someone like Ojuzo Kalo, we have to start calling him Mr. Ojuzo. How would that sound? Even some of these people who have used doctor for a long time, like Dr. Damage. Oh no, Dr. Damage is not honorary. Okay, but there's so many doctors who are out there. So many things to talk about. Nigeria is really full of stories. So, but this is interesting. I don't even know if anybody will pay attention to that. I think they will still continue to call themselves doctors and continue to live their lives. But this is something that is interesting, that they are putting pressure on the government, on state universities and maybe the media too, to stop using doctor for these people. I know it was a policy in Nigeria at The Guardian when I was there, that they are not going to call you any of those chieftaincy titles. I'm not sure whether the media in Nigeria, they are continuing with that policy. All right, that's it from me. The other stories that we will be touching, Jonathan is considering going back into politics. Running for president. The fact that he came out and said he's consulting his advisors on whether it's and there's a court case ongoing that people are basically saying somebody sued to say the court should rule whether Jonathan is qualified to run again as president. I think the court should say something so that we forget about it. It's not every 4 years Jonathan will come out and people will talk to Jonathan and he'll come out and say he might run. All right, that's all I can say for now. Let me bring people who are in the studio. If you're in the studio and you want to join us, please turn on your camera so that we can bring you in. We're going to begin our conversation. Again, thank you for joining us. All right, welcome, Mr. James. And Kene, how are you? It's been a long time.
I'm doing good. Dr. Damages.
Wow.
Good afternoon, sir.
If I knew you were,
Mr. James.
If I knew you were coming, I would have touched on America and what's going on in America.
We are doing good in America. Life is good in America.
Seriously, the stock market in America is doing well.
You know, and also the historically black colleges are receiving good funding now ever than before. So sometimes, you know, it's always good to give accolade to this man. It's not all about the negative side of him.
The stock market is doing very well.
You
People
know?
are wondering, and unemployment,
It's going really low.
Added 115,000 jobs.
You see?
So which was unexpected. That's what
that was why we voted for him, and that was why we always pray that he will remain there until whenever. You know, I wish there is a chance for third time. You know, the guy is doing good.
So what about gerrymandering? Do you know?
Yeah, you see.
Hold on. Can I? I want to know what you think about this, because currently we have I think about 66 black Congress people in Congress. So after what's going on now, we may come down to 50.
Yeah.
What they're doing in the South is that they're cutting up all those black constituencies.
Yeah.
So what do you think about that? Are you concerned?
No, you see, we are one people that don't support anything that has to do with racism. You know, you can't carve out a specific community or area, and you call it black voting power, and it will be by default that is only black contestant or candidates will be winning in that area. That is not proper in a democracy, right? Democracy, anybody can, you know, contest and win. But it has been working for them. In states like Virginia, you have this predominantly black population or Democrats. It's a no-go area, just as we have in California. That is not proper. You should do things that you know, in such a way that everybody will have equal representation. Now, the 66 black representatives that you're talking about, of what value are they to black people, right? A lot of them are being caught in one scandal or the other, embezzlement, corruption everywhere. I know you are aware of that. So they are of no impact to the black community at all. They are representing themselves and always using that black card or color card to, you know, always win elections. So we are saying that we don't support such an arrangement where a specific group, a specific area is meant for a specific group of people. No, everybody should have equal representation. And I, personally, for one, I will not even stay in such area where a black representative is representing me. No. I intentionally refuse to be in such community because I know it's a no-go. It's always backward. Just look at it now. All the cities where you see the black dominated you know, communities where you have the black representative, they are the highest in corruption, highest in backwardness, highest in what do you call it? When it comes to education, they are very backward. Everything about them is backward. The only thing that is moving forward about them is corruption. You know, and you can't keep living like this. We need to move forward like others. We have the white, we have the Hispanics, we have the Asians. They're all moving forward. It's only black people that are moving forward. And because you're black, you expect me, to come and support you or vote for you because you're black? Hell no. If you are not making sense, I'm not voting for you. So yes, the rearrangement is a welcome idea. At least let the competent represent us, not all these mediocres and people that don't know what World War II is. I don't know that we've had World War XI in this country.
So can I, is there anything so far that Trump has done that you don't like?
So far, it's very hard to, you know, just like saying, is there anything bad that my ancestors have done? I don't see anything. See, this guy, I don't know how, Dr. Damages, Maybe you don't know how much I love this guy. Nothing. Everything he's been doing so far, excellent. For me to really come out and voted for this guy, it means I did my homework. Yeah, nothing whatsoever. But if you think there is anything bad that he has done, please let us know.
I'll come back to you. Let me just say hello to Mr. James. Mr. James, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I know that if I asked you now what is going on in the Gambia, you say that it's quiet.
Yeah, it's quiet.
Don't you have an election? Quiet. Don't you have an election coming up?
Yes, in December. There's no billboard.
Or even before Nigeria.
Billboard. No signboard. It's as if nothing is happening.
Are there people challenging the party in power? How many political parties do you have?
We have some mushroom parties. The problem is that they are finding it impossible to form a coalition against the man, because this will be his third term. The constitution here allows him to. There's no constitutional limit. There's no constitutional limit. If you can run for the rest of your life, provided you win, good luck. That's the system here. So this will be his third term, and the opposition are finding it increasingly impossible to come together to put up a united fight.
Okay. Thank you. Let me come back to you, Kene, because I don't know when next we are going to see you. So when Trump started this fight with Pope Leo, whose side were you during that fight?
I'm a strong Catholic, very strong Catholic, Roman Catholic, right? But there are some nonsense in Roman Catholic that I don't support. One is, I think the Pope is just being the usual liberals that we know, one-sided sense of judgment. The Pope was there all this while when the Islamic regime of Iran was busy, killing the citizens. More than 50,000. I think there were some claims about 60,000 claims, 40,000, and other claims about 40,000 citizens were massacred because they protested against the Islamic regime. And this Pope never uttered a word. He never uttered that killing people is against God's wish for mankind. He never uttered a word that Islamic agenda in Nigeria or West Africa is against God's wish for mankind. But because Trump is trying to correct the wrongs, this guy jumped out and start talking. Maybe he thought people are going to support him for that nonsense utterance. To me, it doesn't make sense, and I don't support him. I'm for Trump, 100%.
When Trump posted that picture of himself as Jesus, were you worried about anything?
No, this is the thing. The liberals, journalists, I will call them CNN and the rest, they always want to have a story to tell. And I love the fact that Trump is always giving them a story to keep them engaged with that story while he's behind doing what he's supposed to do for the country. I don't know how Jesus looked like. You and I, we don't know how Jesus looked like, but we know a movie actor that the picture has been circulating. If you go to almost 50% of the houses of Christians in the, you find that picture of this actor representing Jesus. So I think it is the picture of that actor that Trump, posed as, kind of a mimic. But I don't think that is Jesus. But if anyone thinks is Jesus, I don't think anything is wrong because the Christianity, there's a claim that we were created in the image and likeness of God. And most Christians assume that Jesus is God. So if I want to, if Trump decide to represent Jesus, in the likeness and image of Jesus, I don't think anything is wrong with that. I don't think he's been denigatory against Jesus Christ or something like that. And you and I know in most of his speeches, he always give accolade to God. He always praise God. He always surrender before God, that he does all these things not by his own power, but by the power of the Most High God. Just like the way they were calling him king. We don't want king. We don't want king. No king and all those nonsense. He came out and told them that he wish he's a king, but he's not, because the king is over there. The Almighty God is the king. So these people, they are always busy looking for something to say about Trump. And I love the fact that he's also busy giving them those things, that will engage them in their studios. All those are flimsy, trivial things that they should be talking about while he's busy doing the serious work for the country. And you can see the result now. Globally, everybody is coming to the US right now to purchase oil. It's a good thing. See, and tomorrow, if he leaves office, and God forbid the Democrats comes in, they'll be like, oh, it was the foundation that Biden laid that is now enjoying. Just the same way that APC now is claiming that they are laying a foundation on a sinking sand. So if tomorrow somebody like P2B comes up, they'll be like, oh, it was the foundation that Tinubu laid that the P2B is enjoying. So you see, when it comes to that, I think Trump is really giving them what they should be engaged with while he's doing the right thing behind closed doors.
Okay, one last thing before we start the show properly. This latest assassination attempt, the White House correspondence dinner, what do you make of that?
Yeah, and that should be the third one, right? Third attempt. The first one, nobody would deny the fact that it was a real attack. The second one, nobody would deny the fact that it's a real attack. And this third one, nobody will still deny the fact that it's a real attack, because the culprits were all apprehended. And as we all know, they are all Democrats, liberals, children that were raised with anger, children that were raised with hate, children that were raised to believe that anything against Democrat shouldn't exist. You see, that is why it's not good to raise your children with such hate against another or with such anger against another. So you can see, but they will only keep trying. They can't take what they cannot give, right? They can't take a life they cannot give. So Trump isn't there by his own power, there are forces that behind him. Christians will believe that God sent him there. The traditional, whatever you believe, but I know that he is not there on his own accord, power. He's there to fix some things, and he's doing it.
All right. Mr. James, do you have any question for Kene?
No, I don't want to ask provocative questions.
No, do that. He's ready for that.
No, go ahead. No, you are free, Mr. James. You are free. You are free.
You know what I mean.
All right. So can I thank you so much for
thank you, Dr. David.
There are a lot of people who've been asking about you over the past few weeks. Whenever the conversation goes to Trump, they were wondering how you have been faring, how much you pay for gas where you live, and whether you're okay with that.
Yeah. No, when during Trump's first term, I was buying gas $1.64, but soon Biden took over. I bought gas for $3.50. I didn't complain, right? So this time, you all know it's not just America that has been affected; it's globally. Yesterday, I think yesterday was the highest that I bought. I think I bought it $4 plus, which is still fine, no complaint. It's either coming down or going up. I don't know, but the fact is, it's noise making, and it's doing something real. If only they can, read the news and understand the truth, not watching CNN and all that. The price of gas is coming down, and it's going to come down very soon.
The people who voted for Trump, some of them were now regretting that he told them he wouldn't start a war, and he ended up starting one. Do you feel the same way?
No, on the contrary, I think a lot that did not vote for him are actually seeing the light and regretting for not voting for him. They are coming back to the to the right track. But for the few that pretend or claim that they voted for him, you all know that all these things have been arranged. We've seen the paid protesters where the regular faces always come out to protest, and they're on the pay list of most of these Democrats. So those things are just make believe. We all know that, right? The percentage is just like when you are in darkness and all of a sudden you've seen the light. I don't think you intentionally go back to darkness. I was in darkness. I was with Democrats. I was a liberal before. I was in darkness. Now I've seen the light. I think in my right senses I will go back to the darkness again. I think anybody who ever thought of doing that, I've ever seen a Republican, switching back to being a Democrat. No. You were dirty before. Now you are clean. You want to dirty yourself again? I think it's possible. Those are just make believe on social media so that they will keep deceiving whoever they are deceiving.
So quite interesting.
No, he didn't start war. I know he wanted me. He did not start any war. He was just trying to prevent more lives from dying. That's the fact. He never intended to start any war. He was just trying to stop more life from dying. He is trying to protect you and I from these people so that they will not wake up one day and bust this country, because they want Islam to go to each and every house. They say that Islam will enter each and every house, which means it's either by you accept it or they'll force you to accept it. So this guy is protecting you, right? So he's doing the right thing. I don't think he's a war. He's just trying to stop the bullies, and which is the right thing.
And how is it going?
He's going. I think he's going pretty well. I think a lot of their leaders have. He has sent them to their ancestors or to their God. No, he has sent them to Allah, where they will be enjoying 72 virgins right now, and it's fixing a lot of things, I think. But mind you, we still have the social media propaganda of how badly it's affecting America. We all know that. See, we don't waste our time listening to that. We listen to the real news, to real people on ground.
Where do we get the news now? The real news? It said CNN.
From the people, from the Iranians, the people of Iran, the Iranian citizens.
I'm talking about in America now. Where should we get the real news? Since CNN is garbage, according to you.
Yeah, CNN is garbage now. That's why I said from the real people. They are everywhere on social, just like you now, the Sodamages. You have YouTube handle, right? Even if you are not there, sometimes you send some people on the ground where they will give you the real time, happenings on the ground. So we have the YouTubers, we have people on ground that is showing us what is going on. We don't have to depend on this CNN that will take the news, take it to their labs, perform some surgery on the news, then bring it out to feed the citizens with. So we listen to the real people on ground, not CNN. CNN is outdated. CNN is obsolete. I don't think anybody should be turning on CNN anymore. CNN is the thing of the past, just like NTA in Nigeria, right?
There are people who are saying that Trump was supporting Christians in Nigeria, but they are even sending soldiers to Nigeria. Yet, the situation is not yet resolved. What do you make of that?
Now, see, we have a country called Nigeria, where the citizens are being denied of every right possible for that should be according to a living thing. And we have a country called United States, where you enjoy all the rights that a human being should be enjoying. And we have a president that stated that he is particularly interested in protecting those rights that you should be enjoying. He is particularly interested in serving the America, not the entire world, not any other country, but protecting the interest of America. So whatever that is going on in Nigeria right now, I think I should be blaming Trump for that. You could end up help as little, as much as he can, but you cannot put America down in order for Nigeria to stand. I will be against him if he tried to do that. He cannot take from America and give to Nigeria so that Nigeria will stand. I don't talk about religion. What I'm particularly interested in is making America great again, not making Nigeria great again. The president of Nigeria should make Nigeria great again, while the president of America should make America great again. America doesn't owe Nigeria anything. Who don't owe Nigeria any protection? So for the little that he has offered, I say thank you, Trump, for at least assisting a little. But if you have more to give without putting the taxpayers in a bad situation, go ahead. But if that will affect the taxpayers' money, please keep it for the taxpayers. People are going to retire. They should enjoy their retirement benefit. Unlike Obama, when he was busy telling us that our 401k is gone, is depleted, blah, blah. You work all your life, and this man is telling you that when you retire, you're not going to enjoy your retirement benefit. No, Trump is doing the opposite. He's assuring us that things are going to be better. We should continue doing what we're doing. For Nigeria, if they want to wake up, they should wake up. If they don't want to wake up, they should. See, the way it is in my heart, if Nigeria want to stand, let it stand. If you want to fall right now, let it fall. I don't care. But the one that I'm living in, the one that I have interest in right now, as at the moment, is the US. And I will support any president that's champion on protecting the interests of Americans. Simple.
All right. Thank you. We have 6 more minutes to play around before we start the show. AY, thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, good morning, Damages.
How are you? So we have Kene here as our emergency guest. If you have any questions, we have not seen him for a while, so I felt like it was important to talk to him and find out what's been going on with him. So if you have any questions, I know you guys live in the same territory.
Kene is lost now. Which question will you answer, Kene? Blockhead. You want to waste our time? Just ignore him. He's lost. Maybe he was living in the zoo. Go back there. Don't waste your time on Kene. You see, even Papa James.
No. The point is, Kene has, that's
he doesn't even understand what is going on, or he's just being mischievous. There is no time. There are people you should not have discussion with, to be honest. Kene is ignorant about what
when you ask a child, when you give a child a space to talk, instead of talking, he's now being personal. Talk. Don't insult me. Just talk.
Hold on.
I know you have all the brain cells working. You know everything. Now tell us what you know.
You see, to be honest, discussing with Kene is waste of energy.
You don't have energy.
Pretend all we want.
You don't have energy at all.
But
if you have,
AY, there are many Ekenes in everywhere.
When you hit the gym, at least hit the gym for 1 month, you have energy to talk.
Let Mr. Dr. Damages talk.
We have 4 more minutes before we start the show, but so it's a chance, AY, if you have anything to say, take it.
No. I'm not gonna waste my time.
He has nothing to say, Dr. Damages. He has nothing.
Maybe other people will, but I can't.
He has nothing to say.
All right. Let me say hello to a few other people, then we start the show. Saxonia, thank you so much for joining us. You look excited to see Kene today. And then OBE, thank you so much. You are still in Nigeria. I can see the curtains. Wale, welcome.
I'm still here, Jerry. Yeah?
Obi,
yeah.
All right.
So yeah, I said I'm still home, back home. I'm not back yet. Everything good.
Okay, very good.
Okay, very good. You are enjoying shining now. You are enjoying a that is shining.
I know it's the shine, not be small. It's shine. Na solar they use, not be shining the solar. Well, it's a horrible situation. It's well. Everything is good. Thank God for them.
Okay. Obi, we have echo from you. So maybe you should. I think you have two. Maybe you're opened to explorers.
You sure it's me?
I'm sure it's you. When I mute you, if I mute you, it stops.
Oh, okay.
All right. Let me say hello to Wale. Wale, welcome to the show. Wale, can you hear me? No, you can't. I can't hear you, Wale, if you're watching.
I think probably it's muted. Wale, I don't think he can hear you.
Wale, can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, you can also try to rejoin. Your line is something is wrong with your line. Maska, welcome to the show.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, Maska, we mentioned something about Nigeria and people in Nigeria, but you were not part of the people we were talking to. So when Reno Moko,
I do, and I thought to myself that okay, Mr. Rudolph is denying me
your Nigerianness.
But it's okay. What can I say?
No, you relate. You are closer to people at home. I want to know when they see something like that. When they see something like that, what do they think? Do they
can't hear? Is it just?
Yeah. What do they think? And because the moment I saw that, I was thinking, okay, will this play for people? I know. What do you think?
No, well, this is my take, and unfortunately, I think somebody needs to mute his mic.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out the people who. Kenny, I think it's from you now. The noise behind background. Okay, go ahead, Master.
Okay, so unfortunately, you are absolutely right. My take may not be a typical Nigerian take because once you lose your innocence, it's not possible for you to be innocent again. So my answer is, it's even me, I'm not 100% confident in my answer, but my take about the normal Nigerian, my discussions with a lot of Nigerians, especially in the North, and I think even in the South, because I have a lot of friends also in the South. I've worked in the South, normal day-to-day office gist. My take of the average Nigerian is that the average Nigerian is very savvy. He understands his left from his right. Unfortunately, like I always say, you would, okay, so let me answer the question first before I go into a sermon. The fact is that Nigerians know that somebody like is Omokri, what do they call him? Is that his name?
Yeah, Reno
Omokri. Yeah, you are correct.
Reno. So there are people, a lot of people like that in Nigeria, that people know that they are political trumpets, so to speak. People know that when they speak, they are not honest people. And there are many of them, people like Boala, people like Reno Omokri, Femi Fani-Kayode, in the North, unfortunately, you guys don't know a lot of them. But there's a lot of people who you know that when they speak, they are just speaking for their political godfather at that time. Because tomorrow they may go and be speaking on behalf of another person. You know, there are also, apart from these political jobbers, there are a lot of singers, especially in the North, outside musicians that, you know, they will be pressing, like, there's one guy that sang Omologo for Tinubu, like, you know, so people know that this is just bullshit. They know that things are not working. But the challenge for the average Nigerian is, you know that these are not good people. But so what do you do? What is the option left for you? So to some extent, they join also the fun, even though they are suffering, but you know, they laugh of it. They laugh. To them, a lot is comedy. Yes, fuel price is this amount in the UK, but there's transport in the UK, there's train in the UK. So, in fact, in the UK, in fact, my personal experience was that I have a very good car in the UK, but I can't drive it. So, like, I have to go and be joining train, because if you drive that car to the office, how are you going to park it in Canary Wharf? Like, you know, so car is not really a big deal in the UK. Like, it's not a thing. People go to the train, go on in the subway and stuff like that. So people know these people are not serious people. But unfortunately, like I said, maybe this answer is because I know that these are just political jobbers. But why I say that is because, especially in the people listening to BBC, and there's a lot of analytical programs where you understand that the life in the UK is different from the life you're living, completely different. The truth is that average Nigerians know that their leaders are bad people. They know, and they see them as a group of bad people. Unfortunately, there's no answer to how do you maneuver around these people. That's just the problem. And that has created a lot of apathy. So people don't know what to do. It's like, as they say in Nigeria, if you can't beat them, you join them. Also, that there's this proverb that fight that pass you, you turn it into a play.
I've not had that one. I have to write it down.
Yeah, it's the Hausa proverb.
God bless you.
A fight that pass you.
Yeah, just the way AY did now. Fight that pass him, you turn it to insult.
Fight that pass you, just turn it, take style and turn it into a play. You know, they slap you, laugh. I see this one, you do the slap person, you'll be laughing, you make it look like a joke, because you know that if you return that slap, the next thing is a knockout.
Oh, wow. That's
but to put a philosophical twist to it, I think the challenge is that Nigerians know what it is. They know their left from their right. But sometimes it's difficult to get the know-how of how you move from left to right. I keep saying that. Like, I gave one of the examples I gave on this platform, that if I tell my son to drop his junior sister in school and I give him the car key, the challenge would be whether he knows how to drive a car. And if he doesn't know how to drive a car, no matter what happens, he knows the school, he knows the time, he knows everything. I will go to where I go, I'll come back, the two of them will still be at home. Because to move that car from that place to the school is the challenge Nigerians are having.
So let's take that a little bit more. I like that analogy. Is it not your fault for telling your son to do that when you know he doesn't know how to drive? So if you put it on the larger scale political stage, we are expecting the Nigerian voter not to collect money from. We are telling them, I hear this. People tell them, if you collect this money today, how much will it do for you for the next 4 years? They will abandon you. We know, this example you gave. You are telling the son, take the kid to school, but you know he cannot drive. Whose fault is it? Is it the fault of the elite, those trying to people like us who every Saturday?
Actually, that's my philosophy, that even if we don't know, because I believe also the Nigerian elite are not very clear on how to maneuver this problem, but I believe they have the capacity to be able to do that. Okay? But the challenge, I think we have absconded responsibility. Almost all of you on the platform here, you are classic examples. Just because we can't find the solution, the option is I leave the country, I go to the other side, I go for greener pastures, and you abandon the country. So,
do you know where Kene would have been today if Kene did not leave Nigeria? Kene would have been slapping police and locked up somewhere.
I would have been there too. Maybe because I would have been tempted. I would have been tempted to blow up the president.
You are blaming Kene for being alive because Kene will have been one of the dead people buried somewhere.
No. My philosophy also is that, you see, if all of us are here, okay, and so I give you another example also. When these conquistadors went to conquer all this Mexico, South America, for instance, the first thing they did, I can't remember the name of their leader, but the thing they did, the boats, the ship that brought them to that place, they burned the ship. They burned the ship. So there's no option. And the truth about Nigeria is that you may run away and go anywhere. There's no option. Nigeria is still the only country we still have that we call our own. So maybe if all of us decide to close our eyes to going anywhere, we may fix this place. By now, I believe we should. And there are a lot of people like Peter Obi, people like Concourse. There are a lot of people who are still here. Why do you think Peter Obi is here? He can't leave the country and go and stay permanently somewhere else. The same thing with Concourse. So a lot of all these people, there are a lot of people who could have left. So I'm saying that if almost everybody that has the capacity to think through and take good decisions are all here, chances are that I think something better will happen. But see, look at these are just speculations. If I have the answer, I tell people, if I know how to make Nigeria great, by tomorrow this country will be a great place. It's simply that I myself, I don't know. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let me just say hello to the other people, and then we move on and start the show. Or Wale, let's see if you're okay now. Wale, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rudolph. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we miss you, and we miss the story of your uncle and all those.
Well, sometimes I think it's really good to listen at the background. I know there are a lot of wise people on this platform. When they speak, you take it home, you reflect. But there are some people that, oh God, am I ready for this kind of fight or a rough fight on this one? Nah. So, yeah, I do follow you. I do. You.
All right.
I just decided. Some adults will fool themselves. Some kids will come as if they know more than the adults. So you get both sides of the argument, and then you make a choice what you want to do. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Wale. Let me just point out that we don't have my personal opinion. I don't really evaluate people based on their age. Anybody. There are some kids that are very smart. It doesn't matter. It's not a question of age in terms of public discourse. I know it's an African thing, but anybody is free to join the conversation. And if they have superior arguments, the argument will win at the end of the day.
No, not just.
Sorry, Mr. Rudolph. Just one last thing, because you mentioned people, Nigerians collecting money. Nigerians also have come up with, especially in the north, there's a saying that you collect their money and you vote your conscience.
Yeah, that's what I have.
They've come to the realization that if you give me money, I will collect, but I will vote my conscience. But I think the challenge is we are finding it difficult to have the good conscience, the people who would be good people, and especially because of the way the primaries are normally held in the political parties. But I really think that as we keep finding and looking for answers, the answer to our question, the Nigerian question, is there. We will find it. I am confident. I am very confident that if we keep looking, we will find. God have never created a question that the answer is not there in front of you.
I thought about that when I was doing physics in Nigeria. There was one question in Nelcon that we couldn't solve. Nobody in my school could solve it. I felt that the man created a question with an answer. But all right, I think we should start the show. I thank all of you. If I didn't say hello to you, I just wanted to just go straight. We will get back to you when we start. I think we should start with Nigeria because
you didn't say hi to Obapolo, and you have to rectify that.
Who did that say hi to? Ovi. Yeah.
You got to recognize him though.
Yeah, he came late. That's okay. He will be all right. Ovi, I see you. But let's start the show because we are 1 hour into the show. Thank you, guys.
And the honorable rotation of the highest office in the land between the northern and southern parts of the country. Noting the current political exigencies and the collective desire of our party members to provide and present a united front that reflects and moral consistency. Will now, therefore, be it resolved by this convention, mandatory Southern Zoning 2027, that the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, hereby zones its presidential ticket for the 2027 presidential elections to Southern Nigeria for the remaining and single term of 4 years.
All right, that was from today's NDC convention happening in Abuja. I was surprised. I didn't know it was happening, but they set it up and quickly they are having a convention, and it's expected that they will name P2B as their candidates, and maybe Kwankwaso will be the vice presidential candidate. So let's take on that and know what you think about it, how that changes the political dynamics of the country. Let me start with somebody who I think will give us a wonderful take. Not that you guys don't, but let me go to Mr. James. Mr. James.
I'm sorry. I'm not interested.
I wanted to say that Mr. James will disappoint you.
When it's time to discuss Ramaphosa's problem in South Africa.
Okay. We'll come to that.
Dr. Damaji, if you don't, let me bring it to your awareness now. I am actually campaigning. We are raising money to buy Senate form for Mr. James. We are sending it to Senate. Like it or not, we need him there.
James has not.
I'm sorry. I cannot learn to be left-handed at old age.
Yeah, but Mr. James, you have to pay taxes for 12 years, I think, before you're qualified to run for office. Let's start with you, Ovie.
Send me to backstage, please.
Okay, no problem. Ovie, go ahead. What's your take on what's going on? The NDC, their convention going on as we speak, and how the whole 1 week now we've seen P2B left and went into this party, and there are many changes happening as we speak. Some members of the Labour Party, those who won election in Labour Party and went to APC, and they couldn't get tickets in APC because of consensus policy. They are now trying to get back to NDC, and NDC is saying, no, we don't want to. So what is going on in the political arena as a result of the movement of P2B from ADC to NDC?
Yeah, if we remember clearly, the day Obi joined ADC, I stated here that it doesn't make sense to me. So for that reason, I don't see him, staying there for long. And I pointed out that there's another party in the corner called NDC. So at that time, what I noticed is that when Kwankwaso joined ADC, there were 3 political parties that were there to welcome him. Obi led the Obedience, Makinde led his own faction of PDP, but while the Dixon was also there with NDC. So from there, I concluded that Obi is going to go there. But what I will predict, this is my prediction, I don't see Kwankwaso deputizing Obi in NDC. Reason being that the maths, from my own point of view, will not add up. Because by the time you put the 2 of them on the table, one, Obi need Kwankwaso now. Now means that I need him by 2027. And I don't think anybody will doubt that Kwankwaso can provide his own bargain, his own part of the bargain.
We can hear you very well, Ovie. I hope it's not just me. What did you say? That Kwankwaso did what?
Am I clear now?
Okay, a little bit better. Go ahead.
But I say I don't see Kwankwaso deputizing Obi. Reason being that outside all this glamour and all this pageantry that is going on, if you actually do the maths, it doesn't add up for Konkoso. On the Obi side, Obi need Konkoso for 2027.
No, explain further. Explain more. What do you mean it doesn't add up for Kwankwaso?
Yeah. That's what I'm going now. Now, if you put the two of them side by side, that's how, again, waiting Konkoso they bring to the table and waiting Obi they bring. Obi need Konkoso in 2027. Konkoso need Obi 2031. Right? That's how you did the maths. Now you now say, okay, can Konkoso deliver his own part of the bargain come 2027? By every indication so far, the answer will be yes. It will be able to deliver. Now, on the other side, come 2027, because I'm arguing that, okay, if they eventually now make it to 2027, if they no win, I'm arguing from the perspective that they are not going to win. Now, if they no win, what is the probability that Obi can deliver his own part of the bargain come 2031 when it's no longer on the ticket? Because whether we like it or not, the obedient momentum, right, is being power and financed by individuals who believe that Obi has what it takes to win. There's always a correlation between campaign money and electability. That's a major difference between him and Showore. Obi is able to attract people. People believe that yes, he will win, and if he will win, this is either in for me or this is what he can be able to do. So for that reason, they are ready to spend the money as far as it's on the ticket. Now, come 2031, it's no longer going to be on the ticket. What is the probability that the same momentum that we are seeing today, being the obedient, will still be there come 2031 and it will be delivered to Konkoso?
So hold on, just to make it quite faster, you are saying that because Kwankwaso is not seeing that possibility of Obi delivering for him in 2031, he's not going to be deputy to Obi. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, from my own calculation, yes.
So how would that help him in 2031?
How will what help him?
Not being.
That's why I say it will not. That's why I started by saying he is not going to deputize Obi.
Yeah, I'm saying how will not deputizing for Obi now help him in 2031?
He's going to APC.
Oh,
as a bigger platform. He's
going to APC now or after?
Before the election.
Oh, okay.
My argument at the core of my argument is that he's not going to deputize Obi.
So this move,
that means he's not going
we are saying that this move is not the end point, that he's going to move again.
Oh yes. It's not
before the election.
They have like 3 weeks. They have like 3 weeks before they meet the INEC deadline.
All right. Thank you, Obi. That's interesting. All right, let me hear you, AY.
Yeah. Well, I want to. I cannot disagree with Ovie on the issue of Konkoso not deputize Obi. Konkoso is going to be the VP on that ticket. Definitely, this I'm pretty sure of this. But on the issue of 2031, I think he made a very good point right there. So, if Konkoso is strategic, it's an opportunity for him. I think he's going to be a win-win for him. Because by 2031, if he work with Obi genuinely, Obi will be able to mobilize the obedient to give support to Konkoso. That can happen. But Peter Obi himself, honestly, I don't know how he play politics. He doesn't seem to understand politics at all. Because I really blame him. Why will you move it to a party? Why will you move it to ADC without a concrete agreement? With your popularity, with 6 million plus vote, that was I don't know what to call it. That was a big error. Before you have to negotiate power. They negotiate power. Konkoso negotiate power with APC. There was no agreement. He said it's not moving. So hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So for Peter Obi, it was really, really a big mistake. He would have negotiation with the Atiku, to make sure at least let them assure him something, the ticket, or I don't know, the VP. I was thinking there was this kind of discussion, but unfortunately not. But now, where do we go from here? The strongest way to give Tinubu headache was for the opposition to form a common front. You need to have a single candidate that will challenge Tinubu. Because right now, definitely you are going to divide the vote. I was telling people here, kept repeating it. There was no way on earth Atiku is going to give ticket to Peter Obi. He cannot defeat Atiku in ADC. ADC is Atiku Democratic Congress. It's not going to happen. But people, even a lot of my friends, I said, he's going to stop that for Peter Obi. I said, it's not going to happen. Atiku will contest. So now Atiku and Rotimi and Mechi, clearly they are going to fly ADC ticket. So Tinubu, Peter Obi and Kokoso are going to be on one ticket. That is what it is. But the question now, there is a lot of anger across the country because of poverty, a lot of issue insecurity, especially in the north. They are speaking different language. I don't know if Konkoso at this point will be able to galvanize the Northerners to fall in line to give that support to Peter Obi. Yeah, Konkoso will definitely do something. Konkoso is popular. It's popular in Kano. It's popular in the Northwest. Will it go to Northeast? Northeast, they have the vice president from the Northeast. Atiku is from the Northeast. Can he get votes from the Northeast? Then the North Central. North Central, I mean, Obi is popular in the North Central, so he's definitely gonna vote in the North Central. There is no doubt about that. The problem Peter Obi is also gonna face is gonna come from the South too, because in 2023, don't forget most of the states, the South, for example, about 2 states were PDP or 3 states. So right now you have all the states in APC. So not only APC, these states have been able to collapse the structure of evil PDP and other small party in those states. Like, for example, in Edo 2023, Labour was strong, APC was strong, PDP was strong. So right now, PDP, they are kind of working with APC, they are all together. In Delta, the same thing. In Rivers, the same thing. Yeah, in Bayelsa, APC is strong. The governor is APC. So then you go to the Southeast itself. Southeast is going to be a lot of struggle in that area as well. Peter Obi is definitely going to do excellently well in the Southeast, but the governors are going to take the vote. Almost all the governors are aligned with Tinubu camp. This is the struggle he's going to face. Hope Uzodinma, Soludo and Abia State Governor, they are aligned with Tinubu. Don't be deceived. Alesoti is with Tinubu. This is the truth. Don't be deceived. So now they are going to try and look for votes, either at least 20% of votes in those states. So it's going to be very interesting. We are going to watch it, but I think Kokoso is going to be the VP to Peter Obi. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Maska. Sorry. Thank you, Maska. You're next.
It seems you've forgotten me.
No, I'm coming to you.
Okay, you are asking my take on
NDC and how it's shaping the political scene for 2027.
Okay. Yeah. My objective, my heart is hoping that the opposition will unseat Tinubu. That's my heart. But my head is very clear that, you see, the reality about our politicians is that they are not, with the exception of Konkoso, I will put him out. I will set him aside. He is the one that does politics with his heart. He's not scared. He's not worried. He's not calculating. He does what his heart tells him. Okay? But if you take him out, every other politician in Nigeria, it's just doing 1+1. And if you do 1+1, the result you will get is like, okay, don't spend too much money now, because most likely, if you're a presidential candidate, most likely Tinubu will win. So the maths, I think, adds up for Tinubu to come back. One, there's so much poverty in the land. Not now, it's not just the poor people, even the middle class, they have been starved of funds. So almost everybody is just looking for how to grease his own palm and just make sure he keeps body and soul. So if it means you have to go and do ballet for APC, you will do it. If you look at all the governors, that's what's informing them. It's not like they like APC or they like Tinubu, but it's just the calculation. So I don't think the opposition would give a very big challenge, especially the way it is now. If you look at Peter Obi and Konkoso, they are not versatile politicians. And let me use the blunt word, they are stingy politicians. Okay, the two of them are stingy politicians.
Is stingy the same thing as versatile, or the opposite of?
In Nigeria, for you to be a versatile politician, you have to learn to give. If you are not going to give, then versatility is like, you have to, in Nigeria, to be versatile, you have to give with the left and give with the right. But if you say you know go give shishi, the truth also is that even your own foot soldiers are going to do antipathy for you. Because if somebody gives them something substantial, and look, apart from the foot soldiers, the critical issue that I see with the opposition, they may have the people sentiment, people would like them, but the mechanics of Nigerian election is not, they are not good drivers, so to speak. To start with, INEC, not just the head of INEC, all these people, anybody that is given an INEC position, in his mind now, this is a lifetime opportunity for him to make it. If you are appointed to do something for the election and you come out of the election poor, your whole village is going to be insulting you and your own lineage for the rest of your life. And not just that they are stingy politicians. I don't see any one of these people as very savvy people. Savvy in the sense that if you take APC 2015, these were savvy politicians. I watched from beginning to the end of APC primary in 2015. You would see that these are savvy politicians. Savvy in the sense that they understood process. Because they wanted it to be transparent, they made it transparent. And because they know that elections are rigged, they had a center here. They were collecting everything. They go to any land. Look, they do what is required in terms of process and logistics. I don't see Tinubu and what's his name, Kwankwaso and Obi as that people that will go to that level of depth. And the truth is that 2023, there were a lot of people who were savvy like that were following Peter Obi. But I think at this point, the movement around and the fact that there's no proper planning, everything is being improvised. They are improvising as they go. I don't see it, like I said, my heart is with them, but my head clearly is telling me that, look, it will just be, Nigerians even generally will just say, okay, look, let this man just do his other 4 years and just go. This is the general sentiment that I see around the politicians, you know. And even, how do I put it? Even somebody like Atiku, in my mind, I'm thinking, I don't see him put that level of fight.
So what is Atiku's aim at this point? Knowing that with Peter Obi and Kwankwaso leaving ADC, essentially, do you think he sees a path for him to be president?
Okay, so if I look at Atiku, not just now, for a long time in my mind, I think he has passed that place. He is not going to be president. Okay, he's past that road. But
does he know?
Okay, so this is what I would say. A lot of the politicians, and when I think Ovie was talking, okay, I used to respect Ovie, but when he spoke today, I felt maybe Ovie, there are some things he doesn't know about Nigerian politicians. Okay, somebody like Kwankwaso, when he contested on NPP, he himself, he's not going to win. But a Nigerian politician, just the way Peter Obi is saying that he will be on the ballot. For a Nigerian politician, being on the ballot means everything because his followers will be intact. So for somebody like Atiku,
I am one of his followers. I am Konkosea. Now maybe the only person who support Konkosea for
so
online.
the 2.5 million is it for Konkoso or for Tinubu?
Wait till I talk. I said Konkosea is coming to APC. I know they listen.
Okay, but anyway, Mr. Rudolph, what I'm saying is that Atiku doesn't think like me and you. Atiku is a career politician. In fact, it's like, this is the only thing he will know to do. What else do you want the man to do? He has been vice president. Are you saying he's going to go and be governor? In his head, he's better than Tinubu. Has Tinubu been vice president? Atiku was governor of Adamawa State. He has been governor, he's vice president. He has been with the party you were showing in the cloth of Tinubu. Atiku were the chieftains of that day. Yes, yeah. So for him, it's like, what else do you want me to do? Okay, it's like a Messi to say he's not going to play football. It doesn't matter the club. It will not matter the result of the match. The man would not want to be on the bench. He would want to be inside the field. That's Atiku for you. Want to be on the ballot. And in his mind, that's the only thing that is important. Let me be on the ballot. But if he would sit down and do the proper mental analysis, he will see it now that you cannot win this thing. Number one, the people even that are supposed to be your hand, he doesn't have a single henchman, somebody who you would say that this is a diehard Atiku person. All the people he brought up, they've all turned against him. All these people, Rufai, this guy that is NSA, what's his name now? No, these are all the people that he was the one who brought them up. There's no single Nigerian politician that you take and say, if Atiku moves to this place, they will follow him. Of course, they will go there so that they will collect his money. We all know that, but he will not, certainly is not going anywhere. Even if they give him a APC ticket, I know people would not vote for Atiku. I don't know why, but I think he's past that route, but he's just spoiling the whole show for us. But it's okay. Who knows? Maybe they know something that ordinary people like me and you don't know. But of course, again, I would say that one of the things that I know they know is, if you take Kwankwaso, for instance, when his last governorship election in Kano, he himself, even me, I thought, in fact, when he was announced, I was shocked, because that was during what they call Buhariya, when the Buhari storm was sweeping everywhere. But the mistake CPC made in Kano was that the gubernatorial candidate, who was Abacha's son, almost like 4 or 5 days to election, they now removed him as the flag bearer of CPC and put a retired army general. So because Kano politically, they are very savvy, our people decided to do what is called protest vote. And then they went and voted Kwankwaso, even when he was in PDP. And that was a time when in Kano, people were burning PDP chieftains' houses. But somehow, because he was on the ballot of PDP and he was there, protest vote came to him and he became the governor. So maybe Atiku is hoping for something like that some magic will happen and then he will win. Who knows?
All right.
But mathematically, I don't see a pathway for him.
All right. Thank you, Master. Kene?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Maska. I think Maska is only patriotic Nigerian on this platform right now, currently. Every other person, we are just wannabes, claiming that we're patriotic when we are not. Otherwise, should have been in Nigeria, fighting for Nigeria. Now, the thing is, let me start from where you stopped. When it comes to Atiku, he himself knows that he will never be the president. He's just been a phantom president, candidate. Some people will call him a dummy president. He's just there to make sure that the opposition is weakened so that the incumbent will remain in power. Believe me, Atiku is being hired to do his job for the APC or whomever that is incumbent president. They will just call him, pay him, have a contract with him, make sure that the strength of the opposition is weakened. So he knows and he's doing his job. That is by the way. Let me help my brother AY here. Maybe you've forgotten that APC, the governor of Lagos State was APC and Labour Party won in Lagos State. Edo State was APC or PDP, I think, and Labour Party won there. Abia State was PDP, Labour Party won. Anambra was ABGA, Labour Party won. We had Plateau State, Nasarawa State, and some other states that Labour Party won. Even though the sitting governor was of a different party. So now you trying to tell us that South had two APC state then, but now all of them are all APC. You're not just being truthful to yourself, because you and I know that Labour Party won in Rivers State, but the strong-headed Wike rigged the election for the APC. And I think it's Cross River, one of the states, rigged the election as well. But while Wike was busy rigging the election for APC, PDP itself was busy stealing P2B's votes. There were two criminals that gang up against P2B then, because P2B had no structure, according to them. So PDP was busy stealing P2B's votes, while APC was busy telling INEC what to do. And it turned out, you all see what's happened at the end of the day. But this is it. Believe me, the entire of Southeast and South-South are strongly for P2B, 100%. Now, let's move it further. We've already started recording APC politicians, defecting to NDC, NDC. So I don't know who informed our brother Ovie that Kwankwaso is going to leave the moving train when others are coming to join him. I don't think Kwankwaso is that dumb. He's a professor. This guy went to school, he's educated. I don't think he will see where people are coming to his house and he will be leaving the house to go to an empty house, right? I don't think that makes sense. But this is it. Connie man died. Connie man burial, right? According to you, that P2B wasn't going to stay in ADC. Yes, that Atiku wasn't going to allow P2B to pick the presidential ticket. You know that, right? You also know that P2B asked for primaries. Let's conduct a primary election. Whomever wins, take the ticket. Because knowing that Atiku is currently broke, he has no money to share. Yeah? Atiku is afraid to go for primaries. Rather, he was campaigning for consensus candidates, knowing that when they go for consensus candidate, he's going to emerge as the presidential candidate. P2B refused to go, with the consensus. He adamantly was standing for primaries, and they were not giving him that chance for primaries. He waited for them, being a smart politician that he is, in as much as some people say that the likes of AY and John Abba say that P2B is a dummy, he doesn't know anything, he's not smart, a billionaire that can feed your entire community is not smart. So he waited until 9 minutes, he pulled out. And that is where the anger is coming from, because he played them as the Connie man one die. He buried the Connie man before in time. Now, this is it. Kwankwaso currently is in NDC. I think that is the only viable option that he has, unless if he wants to play against himself. But I think that is the only option. And as a gentleman that I think he is, the gentleman agreement is that the remaining 4 years of the Southern Gentleman Agreement should go for P2B, and after which P2B will reciprocate with its massive, voters for Kwankwaso. So if Kwankwaso really want to be a president of this country come 2031, the only option that he has now is to give P2B that little 2 million votes that he has, so that when it comes to 2031, P2B will give him over 14 million votes. And for the PDP, they know that they died long ago. I predicted that here. In as much as we have a lot of people doing their political permutation, I, for one, I don't do political permutation. I tell you what you will see tomorrow, and it will come out and you will see it. PDP, I predicted that PDP was going to die and die naturally. PDP is dead and PDP is forgotten. Just like ADC today. ADC is gone and gone forever. And after 2027, APC is going to follow suit. APC is own type of death. They will not pick the pieces. So whoever that wants to stay in APC, you stay there and you lose the election. Shame will overwhelm you. But the fact is, we always come here to give our permutations. Though nobody knows what is going to transpire after the election. But the fact is, Nigerians are tired. Nigerians are hungry. Nigerians want change. Mask stated here that a lot of people are actually going for the money. Let them collect the money and vote for their conscience. But do they actually, he asked a question, do they actually know the right candidate to vote? Yes, I think they know. They already know. See, if you don't want to learn on your own, hunger will teach you. So I think hunger has taught Nigerians, whom to vote. We all stand for good leadership, not politics, like a lot of people here stand for. No, I don't stand for politics. If you're a good leader, I'm for you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Kenny. Saxonia, you're next.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think I'd rather just listen to everybody else. It seems they have more knowledge about what they're talking about. I enjoyed what Kenny just said. I don't agree with everything, but I do. I heard Maska, Obi. But I'll take this a different direction and I'll give it back to the experts in Nigerian politics. I think at this point for me, especially from the things I'm seeing online, I think Nigerians should be more worried about the incoming interference that I think it's, for me, more likely and unavoidable right now, especially with the more present calls for a division.
Rudolph, I can't hear, so I have to come out, I think. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, well, we can hear you, but Saxonia is still speaking. All right, go ahead.
So especially with the more present calls for division of Nigeria that I'm seeing from influential American politicians and lobbyists, people like Walid Ferez, for example, and Elias Gonzalez, I think his name is the IPOB lobbyist, so maybe he wouldn't count that much. But as we keep going on, there's more calls and more vociferous calls online for a division of Nigeria. And I'm seeing that they keep attacking President Tinubu. And, and they say Nigeria should be divided. He shouldn't be president. The president should come from the Christian South. So I would hope that the Nigerian government and the Nigerian voters are cognizant of the fact that there might be outside forces.
Saxonia, sorry, we are hearing music behind you. Are you?
Oh yeah, let me turn that down. Sorry.
I always thought it was maybe your grandchild. I didn't want to bother.
But no. It's
just more like okay.
No, it's just like jazz and just jazz in the background. So yeah, so I think there's going to be interference in Nigeria's political space, and depending on two things. Whoever can convince the U.S. lobbyists the most, and if America is not bogged down in Iran. Now, if America is still bogged down in Iran, I think they will have little time for Nigeria. If not, I think Nigeria is the next target, and Nigerians should be very, very aware of that common impediment to the electoral process.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go to Sully. Welcome to the show.
Hello. Your favorite Yoruba tribal bigots, according to some people in the comment section. So NDC has already positioned, the presidency to the south. For all those people saying that Kokonso will never deputize Peter Obi, I'm like, bro, you guys don't even know. You don't know the people that you are dealing with. But every time you come and make analysis, Kokonso is there to position himself. Kokonso and Tinubu have the same ideology. You guys never talk about the ideology. You just, So they have the same ideology. They both use Machiavellian, systems. Is there for the popularity of Obi, which he has already gotten. Is there to put himself out there, to position himself for 2031. However this next election plays out, is a win-win for him. If Obi loses, now people in the south know him, especially people in the southeast. That's his main target. And if Obi wins, he's going to position himself for presidency in 2031. So he has nothing to lose. This, he's a smarter version of Atiku, basically. A more realistic version. Someone with a backed ideology, not just money bags. So yeah, the Fulani elites, though, they are only half by smart. They are not really there. Me as a Lagosian, I don't really see them as that smart. When people come out and they talk about how they are this, they are that, to somebody that is exposed to politics and actually went to school, because some of you people think these APC people are illiterate. These people went to British universities, American universities. They have bachelors, masters, PhD. They are no fools. Even though sometimes the people that represent them out, they don't really push out the best to represent them. But in their inner circle, these people are very smart. The Fulanis are not. They are only violent, and violence has no monopoly. We Yorubas, we've been fighting the Fulanis for years. And we've defeated them. So we already know the kind of people that they are. We just need to go back and look into history. Now, I'm not supporting Ashiwaju, but he's going to beat them. Like I said, they're only half by smarts. They cannot organize. It's very hard for them to work without religion and violence, Secondly, most people are so, into the ADC and the NDC palaver that they are not even checking what Ashiwaju is doing. If I ask you, what is the most recent event that he has done? Nobody really knows. He has been borrowing money, millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. He's borrowing so much that he's even telling the World Bank that, why are you not sending my money quickly? Now, the question is, why? Why is he bothered? Why does he need the money now? Why is it, he loaned money and they've not delivered the money, and he's, fighting back against them that they've not delivered the money that he loaned from them? It's because that is how he's going to play his election in 2027. This 2027 election is going to have the most amount of money ever spent in election in Nigeria. That is how he has played Lagos politics. That he has all the votes, millions of votes already in Lagos. Those people don't even need to come and vote. They don't need to come and vote. NURTW, Iyaoloja, civil servants, all down. They already have their voters cards. They already have their thumbprints. Even if they don't support Tinubu, if you don't bring your voters card, maybe by 2027, they will seize your boss. If you don't come for the APC missing, you will not be able to sell market after 2027 election. They know this. This has been going on for years in Lagos, but if you care to know. But if you don't care to know, you will not know that is happening. So Lagos is already won already. What happened in the last election that people don't want to admit is just a backlash of what happened during NSAS. Those were revenge votes. Those votes did not have any ideology. Those votes did not have any grassroots. Those votes were just out of being malicious, and they just wanted, you know, Tinubu. They wanted to send a message to Tinubu, basically. Now, when you look at the Nigerians that are going to vote, they are not foolish. You know, you are giving them two options. These two options are the current oppressor and the previous oppressors. And these two, you know, APC even has more of an ideology. You move from one party to another party, you are losing followers by each move. And you are not really working on your grassroots. You just think you are going to inherit votes. You are not going down to do grassroots work. Even AAC is doing more grassroots work than ADC and NDC currently. It's just the big men that are just, you know, rubbing each other's egos at this point. But, you know, people will not want to admit it. When you now look at somebody that is going to sell their votes, do you think they are going to vote for a new party that, you know, collect the money from a new party that, because they want to collect money from somebody that is strong. Do you think they are going to collect money from someone that is currently sitting there that has been loaning hundreds of millions of dollars? Do you know how many billions of naira they make from bus drivers, transportation people a day, billions of naira, not in a week, a day. So these people know what they are doing, and Tinubu, whatever he wants to do, is all about money. Northerners don't care about their people. Give them money, and they are willing to sacrifice the whole of Kaduna or Kano State if possible. If there's any northern person that wants to deny that, they can't even come and deny that. They know their leaders. So the money is, I said the money. The election is won and dusted already. Money backs Tinubu, you know, will win the election. And that's just how it is. Any smart person will be preparing for 2031, just like Kwakwanso is preparing for it. That's just the way it is. But, you know, stroke your egos. Let's get to 2037. Let's get it over and done with. Nigerians are not tired yet. Nigerians have not suffered enough yet. But one thing I can trust in Asiwaju for is that Asiwaju will make them that suffering that they've never seen in their life. Oh my God. If they mention Sowe like this, all of them will beg, please, save us, save us. That's one thing I trust Asiwaju for. You create that revolution, you will see. They will never see that. They have never seen the kind of suffering that is going to come. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sully. There's a question for you, but I don't want to ask that question because that will mean you will speak more. But think about it when next you get a chance. Somebody wants to know, you mentioned ideology and political parties. He wanted to know what is the ideology of APC. So think about it when next you have the chance to speak. You can.
It's a very simple answer if you pay attention.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Jefferson. Jefferson, you're next.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. A very interesting topic ahead. Of course, I'm not about what's happening in South Africa. But of course, we all know what is going on. We don't need any soothsayer. You know, Peter Obi is a man of ideology. Before he started running to say he wanted to run into office, his work speaks for him, actually. You know, he has been having, even after becoming a governor, he has been doing public lectures. But of course, the establishment do not like him because he doesn't spend like the typical politicians. And he's very, very conservative. It's not even about me saying it, it's about the work that actually speaks for himself. You know, and then when he even started, we all know that, okay, he did not have structure. But yet, the structureless party almost won the election, of which we all know what happened, you know. This is somebody that he did coalition, and then they now formed a party. And within one day, 10 million people followed him, plus, and still follow him. One day. Of course, we all know this thing is, we all know what it takes. Everything seems to have taken up in a good start. And they seem to have learned from the old mistakes, because if you look very carefully, you find out too that they have been frustrating in the so-called ADC. ADC was even made up, you know. And then what am I saying here? Obviously, it's obvious they don't want him to contest. It's very, very obvious, because he's doing his own best to try to be in the ballot. But of course, so many things keep on happening. And we should not stop pretending as if we don't know how politics is being run in the country. We cannot even have a simple election. And of course, somebody can be very, very confident to say, oh, they have already got to 2027. Because I know they hold on to their chariots and horses. INEC, police, army, military. What else again? Maybe the judiciary. You see, when you think you have these things, you always think you have all the power, or of course the money that they're expecting. You see, and because of desperation, they are so hell bent. Even is it the accountant general cannot even control himself. That where is the money? Where is the money? They want to get the money that's supposed to be used for public infrastructures in most sectors in the country. They are thinking how they will use part of it to go and buy buses and buy to buy votes. When we have critical issues in the nation, it just shows how the priority is. It shows that they don't know what they are doing. You see, they say Lagos, Lagos, they got it all. What happened there was NSAS. Well, I'm not going to speak. Everybody's entitled to do whatever they want to do. But if you should ask me, if they are to do a proper fair and fair election in that Lagos, people will vote their mind without toggery. How about do a proper election, remove and make sure it's done properly? Remove the thugs, remove all those national ballot boxes, remove manipulation and INEC, remove all those things, and try and do a proper election. Let us see, because that is their strong point, and they always feel that they have it all. I think so. I think some things need to change here. Then I will say I want to also correct some notion. Look, we all know that in Nigeria we have different queer characters. Sometimes people say, "Oh, they are intelligent, they are good in business." The Yoruba will say they are good in finance. And look, let me just tell you something and make it clear. The Northerners, they might have their own issue, but they are not entirely dumb. I think we need to get that in our thick score. The Fulani, the Hausas, they might have issues. Yes, they might have their own ideology. We may bash them sometimes. They might bash us. But please, they are not entirely dumb, bro. I beg. If you have that in your back of your mind, I beg, carry that and put in your pocket. Even bash Yoruba, Yorubas can bash us. Nobody is dumb. What we need is a nation that is progressive and correcting all our excesses. We have a big issue ahead of us in terms of insecurity. Unfortunately, our leader is failing. And he thinks it's by using election, buying election, or buying the will of the people. When you spend money, so what? When you spend money, okay, if you spend money and then he now gets into office, what's going to happen next? Do you just think it's just to run? You think running the election or running off is video game? Last I checked, even Jonathan, they went to go and beg to contest, made it clear in their face that running a government is not video game. Let that sink in. He may have made mistake in the past, but you understood that as a reality check. Because all these things at the end of the day still going to get back to us. Imagine in our nation, we have engineers, we have doctors, we have all these professionals. Even the rehabilitation that happened last year or some years back, all these, sorry, I'll finish. The rehabilitation that happened, nothing to show for a full almost 200 or 300 trillion naira of money went into NNPC rehabilitation. And yet they just sweep it off, and they're trying to get the Chinese to come and fix it up. And then you see our National Assembly members going on National Assembly to say that, oh, we cannot manage power anymore, get the Chinese to manage the power. And then we have a government, we have a rubber stamp legislative that don't even know what they are doing. Look, next election is there. Next election is actually there. If we like, let us believe that it's by buying or vote. At least I even like the ideology that they are not even spending money on campaign materials. They just have two fingers. If you look at the two parties, the Labour Party and even this party, is based on ideology of people. We don't go and buy broom. Even Abgar is very expensive. You know how much one chicken is? Imagine if they do that one and then they'll spend money to go and buy chicken. But this one is just our two fingers. Let that sink in. I hold my peace there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jefferson. Let's go to KJ.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Rudolph, and everyone present so far who has spoken, and everyone represented here. You know, I'm being a little bit European today because you understand what I'm saying. Anyway, let us calm down, step it down. Those days we'll listen to reggae. They say, Step it down now. And Dr. Rudo, where do you want me to start? Because Nigeria have become like those cartoon program when we were watching when we were growing up. It's called the MacArthur and the what? The Knights, Slash Lord, and all those ones. You say every day there's something new happening in Camelot. So what's happening new? What's new? What are we going to talk about?
So we've been discussing NDC, their convention going on today, or maybe they finished.
Yes.
What it means for P2B and the opposition, that and then what's left of ADC. So you can extend it to that. You can talk about that, or if you want, you can talk about Kenneth Okonkwo.
Oh yeah, okay. I'll start from Kenneth Okonkwo, the guy who is still living in bondage. It is unfortunate that even up to now, he's still living in bondage. I'm wondering when he's going to come out of living in bondage. It's surprising that, I thought by now he would have advanced. If you be the one who is always outside, being used as the attack dog of every person who can pay you, it becomes unfortunate, because we will have thought, I thought, not we, that Kenneth has more brain than what he's displaying. Unfortunately, those who have sense most times we can't find those sense when we have to make use of the sense, because the person you said, why did first and foremost, therefore, why did Obi leave ADC to go there? And he said he told them that Obi will leave ADC to go there, but all of them who are in ADC now left from somewhere. Why did they ask Atiku, why did you leave? Why did they ask all the other person, including himself, why did he not leave? Why did he not stay back? And they say he couldn't solve the problem of Labour Party, that he had to leave and change party. But Labour Party, the moment he left, all the problems of Labour Party went away. Okay, the moment he left ADC, all the problems of ADC went away. And if the person he's always attacking wasn't important, did you see the emergency meeting they had where David Mark and the rest of them were sitting? It was like they came to mourn, because the shining star has gone. You like Obi, you don't like Obi. Obi holds an ace. Let me repeat myself. You don't like him, you like him. He has ace. He has double ace. In fact, if you to play card, you know that you can have the joker. Obi has 3 jokers. There are 5 jokers in the game. He has 3. So whether you like it or not, he's continuously going to play that card. Yeah, I like what Soli said, and I've said that in another forum, that they are trying to ride on Obi's wave to get to be popular with the southern, especially the eastern Nigeria. It's okay, as long as people are not going to do what you did to Alex Ekweme in Jos, where you gave him the platform, quite all right. Sorry, somebody's mic. Well, they gave him the platform, but they used it to sabotage him also. They didn't do anything. They went to sleep and allowed Alex Ekweme to do everything, and eventually he wasn't able to, to be elected or to even get nominated. So I hope, if I was Obi, I'm not going to trust anybody. I'm going to keep my games very close to my chest until the time comes. Now, for Kenneth Okonkwo, I know that he's going to constantly, because since he's not making too much impact right now, because what social media is doing right now, they are reversing what he said before now about Atiku. So they are playing it back for him. So at some point, he's going to realize that we are now in the days of rattlesnake. We have finished living in bondage. If he's still going to be in bondage, then that's his own business. For the meeting that was held, you see, NDC, and I don't know why they have to choose similar names anyway, because the rural people are considering when they want to go and vote. What is the difference between ADC, APC, NDC? All that's going to play a lot of game. So if I were them, I would change my color of my party to be just one color. One color or 2 colors. It will just be very visible. We say, if you see where there's red, put your hand there. Not red, blue, and something else. Because it's going to be, that's what the other joker they're going to use to rig this election, because of the names they've all chosen, and it's going to be that, an elderly woman will not be able to sometimes differentiate between the names. So you need to put the colors to make very visible. Choose a bright color. If it's going to be yellow, just use all yellow. If it's going to be green, just say all green. Don't put green. Just use one solid color on your logo, and that way people can see it. You just say, you know, where there is red color, put your hand on the red color. Ododo. That way people will understand. You say it in Hausa, you say it in Yoruba. Okay. But whether the election is going to make meaning, it is going to make meaning. My brothers and sisters, if you've been following the movement of NDC, it's one of the fastest populated party in the history of parties in Africa so far. Okay? In just less than 2 days, it was much more than anybody could have envisaged. And if you tell me that is not so people who are eager to make a change, then I think you know, I don't know what you're saying me. So basically, what am I trying to say? This election, if I were NDC, what I'm going to do is I am going to go for the broke, the young people who are eager to change Nigeria. That is the population I'm going to use. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to make sure they go door to door, you know, person to person, friend to friend, connecting the dots and making sure that you tell a good story. Tell a good story. If you don't know how to tell a good story, get people like Rudolph to write a script. Tell a good story of what the people need to ask themselves. What are you going to ask them when you meet them? And then sell this story to the young people, because first and foremost, let me tell you, if I was still in Nigeria, one of the things I'm going to make them to say is that ask them, these people who have decided to destroy Nigeria today, all of them benefited from federal scholarship. They all went to federal government colleges. They all went to federal universities, paying little as nothing to go to school. Today, the average Nigerian child can't even sit in a comfortable place to go to school. So those are the questions that we need to use to turn around the situation. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, KJ. We have Dexter and then Ife to end this topic. But before we do that, I want to play, because you mentioned Kenneth Okonkwo. I'm not sure everybody knew what you were talking about. So let me play just 2 videos of Kenneth. One is where he was talking about Atiku before the war.
Abubakar is a man that has propensity for corruption, tendency to disloyalty, inability to say and speak the truth at all times. So he's a man who has propensity for poor judgment, belief and reliance in matter about, lack of transparency, a man who trusts in money to buy his way out in all situations, a man who has the readiness to sacrifice morality, integrity, propriety, truth, national interest for self and selfish interest. We are seeing it manifesting. It gives me goose pimples that Atiku has the national award in corrupting the generation before him and corrupting the generation after him. He said in that tape, I have advised Obasanjo against open corruption, meaning Atiku has been operating coded corruption, sacrificing innocent people and hiding his own head.
All right, that was Kenneth Okonkwo talking about Atiku before this period, where he found himself against P2B. Let's play what he said about P2B before this current period.
Anybody who is bringing P2B on the table,
you mean 2027 that's coming up,
or in any political permutation, is bringing the new Nigeria, the new thought force, is bringing absolute victory into whatever is done. Right. So you are talking about a political party. We are talking about, when you come to election, you talk about candidates. P2B electrified Labour Party. P2B has no business to lose sleep about whatever is happening in any political party. How many months did he join Labour Party? And he made what he made. People are loyal to his person. The new Nigeria is loyal to his person.
And presumably,
yes,
that he'll take the obedience with him wherever he goes.
That's a hypothetical question. But I'm telling you that obedient, Obi is the Obi in the obedient. So it's only natural that the obedience that was founded based on Obi was certainly follow him to wherever he's going. Won't you follow a man that has never had a scandal You're searching for a new Nigeria that is bedeviled by people being killed, women degraded, depraved, economy sinking every day. Wouldn't you like a man who, when he was in Anambra State, the security system in Anambra State was so perfect that kidnappers ran away? Know where they ran to? Magode Estate, the home state of the incumbents. The security that P2B discharged away from Anambra State found their safe havens in other places. Anambra State became like a Goshen, where evil will run around it but will not penetrate.
All right, now this is Kenneth Okonkwo today.
No, you are wrong. This is Daniel Boala.
The first day I was consulted in this coalition, and that was before the unveiling, they asked me, so how is the possibility of ADC performing in the Southeast? I told them plainly and straight away, don't build anything on P2B because he's not going to contest under ADC because he will eventually leave. Why was I so sure? Because he's a man that has morbid fear for primary election. He has never been in one, and he will not be in one until he finishes his political career. He became a governor. He entered into primary election. He failed and lost to Ralph Mosu in Apga. And then he still managed to find the leaders to cancel that primary, and they still gave him the ticket. That was how he became governor. And so when he gave the reason of challenges, of course, he lied, because his main reason is that he does not want to face the primary election. And let me tell you another thing, because ADC was fully prepared to convince the whole world that P2B is not interested in democracy. When he came into ADC, he gave a condition that he should be allowed to produce the National Organization Secretary, National Organizing Secretary, NOS. And the reason he gave is that so that he will be the one to conduct the primary. And ADC said, fine, take. When we were doing the e-registration, P2B again and his followers asked to be in charge of the e-registration. And that was why they put my sister, Aisha Yusuf, to be in charge and obey aid, so that all the members of ADC in the primary will be determined by P2B. And then P2B was to organize the primary. That was why you did not hear him say, this primary is dollarized, is monetized. That's the reason I'm going. Because he was to be the one to organize the primary. Yet, he was still afraid of free and fair election. Not, of course, of zoning. Because he went to even southern aspirants in order for them to step down for him. So he's a man who is afraid of free and fair primary election.
All right, that was Okonkwo in action, Kenneth.
I look forward to their debate, him and Boala, head to head. I'll pay to watch that one.
All right,
So you see, anybody who tells you in Nigerian politics that P2B does not hold an ace, like I said, he has 3 aids. There are 5 aids in the game. He has 3. The person is deceiving himself. The truth of the matter is that north, south, east, or west, P2B is standing like an Iroko tree, coconut and palm tree. He is standing. I'm telling you. So I've said on this forum many times that, you know, if you ask me, I'm not a P2B man. I'm not obedient. I'm not P2B man. But let us tell the truth, whether you like the person or not. The guy has no. If the guy had any crime, even if it was 10 naira he stole, by now he will not even be. The media will have gone to the market, to the supermarket with him, hang him on the shelf, and make sure that everybody sees him for 1 kobo. But they have checked and checked and checked. They've not found anything. And that's why his name cannot be associated with corruption. They found a way to try to. One man who said that P2B expelled Hausa people while he was governor, that story has been debunked because nothing ever happened. Rather, what happened was that some people who were going to be lynched because of the killing that was going on in the north, P2B went to the checkpoint where they were being held by the people of Onitsha and took them from there to the government house, put them in the guest house, fed them the next morning, gave a security that escorted them back to where they can get this thing out of Anambra State, and they left back to the north. So this is what we know that is the truth. Let nobody try to twist the story around. That's the truth that happened. I thank you, Mr. Rudolph, for the extra time.
All right, thank you. Before Dexter and Ife, before they speak, Sully, I'll give you 1 minute.
I just wanted to respond quickly to what Mr. KJ said, that they've not taken Obi for anything because they've not found anything. You know that Atiku supporters can also use that same claim, because EFCC has not seized anything from Atiku. EFCC has not locked up Tinubu also. You know, these people have not gone to jail. They've not really found anything on them. You know, almost all the politicians in Nigeria can use that same excuse. Does that mean that they are not corrupt also? That's my question.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Dexter. Dexter, you go ahead.
Dr. Damages, thank you. Good evening, everybody. Good afternoon, good morning, whichever one it is. Yeah, thank you for the platform. Like I said, I think this is a very great platform, and you give everybody an opportunity to share their mind. Regarding Nigeria, Dr. Damages, I've been listening on the background, and I've just realized that we might actually be in a hopeless situation, because what appears to me is that the leaders are not just our problem. We ourselves, the followers, the people, the electorate are the problem. Because on one side, you have some people that in a particular generation, they just believe that the electorate don't have a say. Some people believe that if there's a governor from this state, then automatically everybody there are in that party. That's genuinely in Nigeria. If you cut across generations, they have certain kind of beliefs that, the electorate don't have a say. If governor is there, if senators are there, then all the people there are going to vote in that line. And that shocks me, because you have Nigerians who are, in quotes, educated, going around the world, but you don't still realize that the idea of democracy is that everybody, the common man on the street, has the right to decide who his leader would be. And it is not about who is the governor. And so if people are being oppressed, they can decide, we don't want this person, and you go. But you have people in Nigeria that are educated that don't believe in that. What they believe is that, if it's about these buccaneers that have taken over power, and those people would determine exactly where we go. Now, when you have that kind of electorate, we are almost lost. You have another set of electorates that are not aware, politically unaware. I like Showere, what he's doing, but the problem with people that come with revolutionary ideas is many times they don't even have an idea of governance. They have nothing to offer in governance. So they are only pushing revolution. If we give them by the time you give them the table, they can't do anything. They are not prepared for it. And so I think, like we're having a leadership crisis in Nigeria. We're having a massive leadership crisis and a followership crisis, because you have a set of electorate have no idea, another one completely corrupted and bereft. So you're having an electoral process, which is a leadership selection process, and people don't know the issues to talk about. Nothing. They don't know. People cannot stay objectively on what will make the country better. We should be having railways, we should be having good roads, we should be having hospitals. People can't think like that. People are just thinking of, okay, you share money, this how you win election, and it sickens me that you have 200 million people in a particular location, and the truth is that, Dr. Damages, we are gone. The more I listen to what many people are saying, the more I realize that we are gone. And so there must be a conscious effort to start re-educating people, because it will be a disaster if the young generation coming up and if they are introduced to this, if this is what the next generation, because it will only get worse. We keep on talking about the golden years of Nigeria, but that generation has completely failed. Completely failed. So we are having a leadership process coming up. Look, you have a president that doesn't have a certificate, and they've gone to alter the Electoral Act to kind of paper over that situation. And we go, 200 million people are just loitering, thinking rubbish. So one of the things we should be doing here is, we shouldn't just pontificate over these guys that don't have any idea for solving the problems of Nigeria. And that's the truth. We must accept that. The guys that we have appointed as leaders in Nigeria have no idea. No idea. They are bereft. Tinubu has been there for 3+ years and has no idea on how to solve the problem. If he had ideas, we would not be talking like this. So time has come for us to decide within ourselves whether we want to make progress or not. Because what I'm seeing is that we have lots of Nigerians that are abroad and all over the world. Yes, they're all over the world, but it doesn't seem like we have learned anything, because the countries many of us have gone to, they have sat down on their problems, thought about it, and decided this is the way to go. We are not thinking like that. Look at NAPC. We're thinking of bringing China. Your refinery was built by the Germans and the French and by the Koreans. And then you are thinking of bringing Chinese to come and what is the essence of the engineering they are teaching students in school? For crying out loud, during the Civil War, the Biafran side was able to do some refining. So this engineering is basics. What is wrong with us? You know, it sickens me the more I listen to it. But I think what we should be doing is coming up with ideas and solutions to solve our problems. We cannot be continuously importing foreign ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Dexter. Sorry, hold on. I have to move forward a little bit, otherwise we'll be stuck back and forth. Ify, I have to bring you in, and then Paul came in late. We have to draw a line really on when people should come in, otherwise we won't leave a topic, unless if he wants you to speak. But you guys know each other. That's not good. All right, if you want Paul to speak, I can let Paul speak before you, but we have to round up this topic. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah.
At least if you don't have options, since she said I should apply for visa to come Southeast, thank you for letting me speak.
He has option.
So maybe
Come on.
I should be doing Zoom
he
to
has
talk
option.
to people from Southeast.
He has option.
Thank you, KJ.
He has option. How can you say if you don't have option?
Thank you, sir. Okay, doctor, you see, when I see this our Nigerian thing, when the way we talk and everything, Dexter said something last week, and he's still saying the other side of the other version of it today. It's just kind of funny. Look, every great country, the people that make most country great. I live in one of the most developed countries in the world. There are very few people. We've seen not so smart people cut across here in the US. White, black, brown. In fact, even the so-called Asians, like we say, Indians, Chinese are smart. We've seen the same thing. Plus our so-called Nigerians, Ghanaians, that we say, they're very. We also seen people who are also struggling and everything, but people can be good in their own field. But we have good institutions that manage things, that put things in place. These are the things we don't have. For example, some people will tell you all the great things that Wike did in Rivers State. But do you know Wike became governor for 8 years in Rivers State, did not employ one new teacher. They didn't employ one teacher, but every day or every month, people are crossing that retirement age. They retire people, they fire people, people quit the job. Do you know why? They don't do those ones. They will build roads, something physical to trick the ordinary man. They will say, you need to see the bridge, you need to see the things, you need to see the things. But government all over the world, the way the US work, if you want to talk and everything, can't it run that things? State run certain things for federal government support. Institutions, schools, school meals that my kids eat in school and everything. Federal government support this school meal, but the federal government does not run these schools and everything. These are the things. Government spend money for critical institutions, things that will grow a nation. Those are the things we don't have. I'm seeing something on the internet, TikTok, that just made me laugh and everything. Somebody said during Buhari time, they sell property to Japa. They said during Tinubu time, they sell property to Chop. Now people say generators, say, petrol too cost. People say free, say we need to get lights just to feed. And these people can sell in Buhari time to say, let me Japa, you understand, to go struggle. People say people can't feed very well. These are the problem. And then when you say all those things again, and then another way will say, oh, Showore is an activist. So who is the real proper politician? Is it the Tinubu that is not taking us anywhere? Is it the Buhari? Or is it the Obasanjo that the journalists will call elder statesman? People that ruin our country for us. These people, they all fail us. Is it that the IBP that will call Maradona the smart guy? These are the people that failed us. Why don't you just try something that you try, let another person try, and you equally fail? Let another person come fail or come try to pass or to fail. Because this one, we already know you fail. I followed the Flinters these few days. Something that they said, he started preaching that people should vote for Democrats. And he's a staunch Republican. He said because Republicans fail, we have to punish them. You understand? So these are the things. You understand? Following politicians with their rhetoric and everything. Trump employed gay in his cabinet, the thing that Republicans preach against. Trump employs strong Democrat people, Secretary of Commerce. These are Democrats. You understand? The other lady, these are Democrats that cross to Republicans. So if politicians can even cross in the US, why can't we do the same thing? Why can't we punish Tinubu? Why can't we give Obi chance? Not because we believe in him, but because of Tinubu fail. You understand? We don't need to believe in Obi, but because Tinubu failed, so the one that already failed, well, go repeat class. Go be like Goodluck Jonathan. You understand? Jonathan failed. You understand? So they are giving room that say, fail, go rest, go back to school, so that there's room for you to repeat class. I think if we start thinking like that, it can help the people. But every time, if you keep, next time you keep saying the people is the problem, the people can never be the problem. It is what you give to the people. If I buy my laptop, I choose to put only the thing where they look for man and woman. That is all what will be coming out of my laptop. And if you buy your laptop and choose to put all gospel thing, that is the only thing that will be coming out of it. It's garbage in and garbage out. Let's leave the people alone. Our leaders keep failing us. Let's fight them. Let's tell them that you are wrong, undermining that you are a Christian or a Muslim or my tribe man or my kingsman. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Ify, help us round up this topic.
Okay. So good evening or good afternoon, everybody. I didn't want to say something initially, but as time goes on, I have one or two things to say. Again, I will start by saying, do we really practice democracy in Nigeria? This is the same question I've been asking for the past few months. If this is what democracy is all about in Nigeria, then it's not going to work for us, or rather, it's not working for us. I hate to say this, but the way everything is looking, Tinubu is going to win the election. Not by free and fair, but by rigging it. He's going to outspend any other person, contestants, all other presidential candidates. All this money that he's borrowing is not to do anything. It's just to outspend the rest of the candidates. So let us understand that. If Tinubu doesn't win, the only thing that can stop Tinubu not to win the election, number one, unless we have like foreign intervention, or number two, we have natural causes happen, and Tinubu will not be on the ballot, box. But as long as his name is there, Tinubu is going to win the election, whether we like it or not. The reason being that there is no time for Obi to, again, build a structure. We are talking about, we have how many months, maybe 8 months, to go, or 7 months to go for the next election. And we are still talking about the opposition. Some people already talk about Obi's integrity and all that stuff. Yes, trust me, if there is something Tinubu will do to Obi, is to send him to jail if he has that power to do that, in the sense that he has to find something, for just like he's doing to El-Rufai now. But unfortunately, I believe you me, they have searched and looked and everything they can do, and they couldn't find anything. This upcoming election, when I say it is done and dusted, honestly, it's done and dusted. Is it the same Tinubu that has hijacked the judiciary, that is building house for the judges? Are you talking about the same Tinubu that is controlling Lagos? Is the same Tinubu that is controlling Nigeria? And let me tell you why. Tell me why Ben, the former Cross River State governor, wanted to contest for election, And Tinubu will tell him to step down, not to contest. And that's why I keep saying, do we actually practice democracy? And the man was on national television crying. What audacity, what power? Tell me why a president will tell somebody not to contest the election if it's not hijacked. The same thing that is going on in Lagos. You're going to tell me that, oh, they say Hamzat, oh, he's obedient. Oh, so the rest of other people, candidates that want to contest, they are not obedient. They are not respectful. It is his time. Look, Nigeria, like Paul said, we are still sleeping. We are not yet ready. You see this country, Nigeria, it is gradually slipping away from us. I'm happy that we have young people like Aisha coming out to contest for Senate seat. I think that should be King Gibe's Senate seat, if I'm not mistaken. I'm happy that Randy Aka is coming out to contest for House of Rep. But the only problem I have with all these people, with them, it's not them, but the people in power already, is that they're going to outspend them. We know that we Nigerians are corrupt. The only thing you need is just to give them money, 5,000, 10,000. Trust me, and people will sell their votes. Nigerians don't even vote anymore. Let me give you, for example, Dr. Rudolph. In Anambra State, the concluded election that brought Soludo back for the second tenure. Do you know what they did? The teachers, they collected the voters' card. All of them, they collected it. If you don't give up your voters' card, they will expel you from teaching. You're gonna lose your job. And you telling me that is democracy? So how can people even vote for their choice? We have a long way to go, honestly. And when you hear me say that, it is time to let everybody go because this is not gonna work, I don't see any path of this country getting better. I don't see future as this country called Nigeria. Look, it's another example. Look at what happened. APC is doing to people, and aviation minister is not saying anything. It's just that power.
What is he doing?
People have been complaining about leaving them for 12 hours, and one guy came out to speak about that. Guess what? APC sent a letter to him, the guy that lives in London, to retract that statement. If he doesn't retract that, they're gonna sue him to court. Guess what the guy did? Very smart. He went to the civil whatever in London and reported the case. I mean, how can you move a country forward? How can you keep somebody 12 hours? Even if there is fault with the airplane, why can't you provide another flight for them? And when they speak up or criticize you, you sue them or you threaten them. Funke Akindele, spoke up. Why did you not serve him paper? Why did you not sue her? Well, because you see that, she is a celebrity, or because she's up there, you are afraid to threaten her. But anytime anybody says something or criticizes people in power, look, let me tell you, what happened in Tanzania is likely going to happen in Nigeria. When they conducted their last election, we saw what happened. At the end of the day, guess what? The woman is still in power. So that is what is going to happen. I don't see any path for even Atiku. People that are supporting Atiku. Is it not the same Atiku that I heard, I'm not sure, allegedly, that stole or, what happened to the $16 billion they gave him about the electricity? Is it not the same Atiku? Is it not the same Atiku that I heard that he has a big company that imports generator to the company? How can we have a steady electricity in Nigeria when we're still importing generator? How can we have power? Okay, we're talking about NNPC. Like my brother Dexter said, you are calling people from China to come out. So does it mean that I thought about this thing all last week? So we don't have any engineers in Nigeria that can fix anything. Everything that needs to be done in Nigeria must be from people abroad. Yeah, or from foreigners. Why? Don't we have people that can fix the road? Don't we have people that can fix that? Do they have two heads? We have engineers doing well who are Nigerians, doing well in other countries. So why can't they come back to fix our own? I don't understand this mentality. When I look at it, I see that we have mentality of worshiping our slaves, slave masters. That's what I call them. So it's just so ridiculous. But unfortunately, like I said, you see, Nigeria is not going to move forward. You can say anything, pray all you want to pray, call Jesus, call Allah, call any belief you want to call. There is no hope for that country. Trust me.
All right. Thank you, Ife. We are going to move, take a break. But before then, Sully, you have a question or comment? I'll give you 1 minute.
Doctor, please, I'd like to also talk about that airpiece, please. But let's slowly go ahead.
I had question for KG. I forgot.
All right. Thank you. Maybe if you remember when we were rant, you
I can answer. I remember what you said.
No, sorry, it wasn't you. I think I said what I wanted to say, but I think it was I've forgotten what Mr. Paul was. But I still have a comment about that electricity issue. That electricity issue that they said we should invite China. If you want me to talk about it, you see, most of the projects in Nigeria, that is how we have always done projects in Nigeria. All these trains, all these light rail you've seen, it's not about having engineers. It's about the funding. It's a win-win situation. The Chinese come. They invest, they take probably 70%, the state takes 30%, they do this deal for like 30, 50 years. Or the Chinese company takes all the profit for 20 to 30 years. There's no problem in this. All the modern infrastructure you see in Nigeria right now, that's how it was done. Even in Nigeria, there are so many Chinese companies that are already installing all these things. They have solar farms and everything. If you actually care about the country, you will notice that all these things are already happening. All the government has to do is allocate space for them, allocate land for them, give them all the right permits. It's a win-win situation for everybody. Even I think people have just gotten the attitude of always wanting to say APC, anything APC is doing is bad, but the country still has hope. The country would have crumbled if APC was really that bad. I'm not saying they're the best, but they do some things right. Like that, what that politician suggested. That's right. The government doesn't need to borrow money for that project, and it battles all the corruption that is going to go down. Because if you tell the government to do the project, they are just going to loan money, take that money, share it between themselves, and nobody will benefit. But if you go through a Chinese company, they bring their own funds. Nigerians love white people and they respect them. They are not going to try and play funny games with them. So that man is an experienced politician, and he actually knows what he's saying. But because everything APC bad, so you don't want to. And now they will say I'm supporting APC for saying the truth.
All right, thank you, Sully. You call it experience, and Masker told me it's called versatile. Today, I learned something new.
Doctor, please let me come in on this one, please. I beg you.
Mr. Rudolph, I really want to push back on Sully because he keeps saying that certain generations have failed. And I think it's our responsibility to keep enlightening his generation. The challenge is not whether it's a win-win situation. Okay, a normal person, a meaningful person should always consider not just now, what about tomorrow? If everything technical, we have to get people from outside to do it. When are we going to be on our own feet? When are we going to start using our own head? This is the challenge, So that your position is absolutely wrong to say that it's okay. We need to have competence. We need to have technical competence from within. There's no point having schools if you are not going to use because at the end of the day, so why are people going to school? Why? In fact, all you people that are outside, by now you should begin to come back and implement what you learn there so that we can move forward. Not for and then Chinese is coming here. It doesn't make sense. Just to enlighten you, Solly. Thank you.
One second, Doctor.
No.
Just 10 seconds.
Paul, we're not going to even go to Paul anymore.
Just 10 seconds.
Doctor, please. Doctor, please. Doctor, please.
You guys are killing me. I have
please.
They're yelling at me.
Doctor, please. Doctor, by the way, Doctor, I like your Ankara. I like your clothes. Really, really nice.
That wouldn't help. That wouldn't stop. So we are going to take a break. When we come back, we have a lot of topics, and I really want us to get to with people in London. Labour Party, what happened? They lost 200 council seats, and the Prime Minister is going to resign or not. I don't know. We are going to touch on that. Then, of course, South Africa, which Mr. James is waiting for us to explain what is going on there with Ramaphosa. And we are sending Femi Fani-Kayode to South Africa. So I think it's a very good position for him to be on.
Doctor, don't mess your algorithm. Doctor, please. Can I beg for 1 minute, please?
No,
I'd like to touch
I'm taking
on
a
this.
break.
Please. I beg you.
Aisha Yusufu and Peter of Nigeria, they are going into politics. The question is, will this make sure? I think, I don't know. Some people are saying that's something that should be worried about. That activists are going into politics and they might actually be elected. And of course, the other thing is Adam Oshomole, his battle with Godswill Akpabio, and then Goodluck Jonathan is running for president. Paul, is that
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay.
Thank you, Doctor. So talking about this thing that Soli just said, now I think I'll change a little bit. So Soli, you must understand that it is good to get expatriate. Why don't we get expatriate like they did it in China, like they used to do it in Nigeria? When you go to technical school, I went to technical school. When you go to technical school, you understand what is called IT, industrial attachment. But what government used to do back in the days, you give Siemens contract a German company. The skills guys, they go do their practical real time. They make Nigerians engineers work with this expert. But what the Chinese do, Chinese bring a farmer, bring everybody to create job because they bring the money, they bring the skills, they take every of their money back. They don't want to spend the money to the people. So they also employ in the name of expert. And these guys don't really know anything. On skilled labor, they refuse to take our Nigerian skilled people who are supposed to come do their industrial attachment, the so-called seasoned engineers that work in the civil service, the regulators and the likes. They are not there. So this is where Ministry of Labor, Employment and Productivity really fail us. You and I that live in abroad, have you ever heard the word called expatriates? You understand? We come to their country, we just work. You understand? There's nothing like expatriate. So they flex us a lot. So when you think in that direction, I think you didn't get it very well. We need these people, but our government should stand their ground. They bring their money, they bring the equipment. Our boys are learning real-time skill. It's what they call it OJT, on-job training in real time. That's how you get the skills. Doctor, Izuchukwu Transport. If you see Izuchukwu Transport, their equipment, if you go to their equipment, if you go to their warehouse where they have equipment, it's better than Iyaba Polytechnic. You understand the kind of equipment that you see there that they use in fixing their buses and everything. You don't even have it in one of the best polytechnic in Nigeria. So how do you expect? So these are the things that they say these people are not well skilled. But another way around you can get that OJT is by also letting the people, whenever they bring these experts, the people will work with them simultaneously. That's how you get the skills, the experience. You get your OJT, you get your real-time experience and everything. Also not train the people who even work as a regulator. Because for you to regulate, you first of all need to know the job so that you can know when people cross the line or when people are doing the right thing. What is your own standard? Because at the end of the day, every country have their own standard. If you don't have standard, they just come and give you anything. You're not going to grow. What did we learn in CECC that did everything in Lagos after they finished those railway in Lagos? When it comes to maintenance again, do you still want to see Chinese there? It's not supposed to be like that anywhere in the world. Nigeria is supposed to take it off from there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before I go, I asked you guys
Please, can I respond?
to give me names for debates. On Fridays, we'll have more time because I know we all have a lot of things to talk and back and forth. We can't do it on a show like this, otherwise we will miss our targets or things to touch. It may not be fair not to let Solid say something because you responded. See, this is why I stopped with you guys. Go ahead, Solid.
I won't take much time. You keep on talking about skills and education. I didn't focus on that. I don't know why, every time someone responds to me, they focus on what is my minority and not the majority. I spoke about funding, right? You spoke about the Germans. Germans are not bringing their money here. They are coming to siphon funds from here and take it out. So my current view is always about poor people. The poor people in Nigeria, they are suffering. If there is even a way to give them a cushioning effect that is not going to cost anybody anything, I will take it. They are not even suffering. They are over suffering. If they can have light rail because of Chinese people, I don't care if the Chinese people are coming. Just give pushing the effect. You don't know what it is like to be in their position. Even here in Europe, the Chinese came, they brought their money and they built things. Europeans are not saying, we need to use our people. No, because they know that their people need it. And then again, corruption. I would rather have the Chinese build it than these current politicians to budget funds, borrow the money, and then we will not see anything, or the project will be there for 30, 50 years. You know, that is just my own opinion. Is always for poor people. All this brain, and we need to put this is going to take years. Corruption is going to finish all the money, and then we'll achieve nothing. Just like our refineries. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, Doctor, I want to debate slowly.
Well, please, if I could just land on
I don't like what you say. Somebody using private money. Whenever he gets it, it's not my business. That's not public funds.
No, my question is about what you are doing for average Nigerians.
Hold on.
And I want to draw your attention.
Hold on.
1 second.
No, hold on. Hold on. Let me tell you, hold on. You cannot say what you are saying. Have you seen the list of those who have allotted land? What are you talking about? Is it because this one came to the public? Do you know how many people who work in China that have land? I put it to tax now. The land that you build channels is public land, but it's given to as a private investment. You are making money out of the public property. Did you buy it? No.
Is it free property?
It was allocated to you. You didn't buy. You didn't buy. I have the authority to say so. Why are we talking about this thing? Did you buy the land?
Don't go there.
Hold on. No, hold on. Don't put this. Please. As a minister, the land was given to you by government, but allocated to you by government. As I came as a minister, I know how I ratify so many. Was it not correct?
Yeah, the same could apply in so many cases.
Hold on. You are not quarreling. But that land was given to you today. It's an investment you have made. You are making money out of it. You will not say you're not making money out of it.
And the government is benefited from our business as well.
We're paying you. You came there to interview me. Is it free? Am I not going to pay for a live interview? It's not free. So what are we benefiting? I pay.
Speaking of land,
hold on, let me tell you. Hold on. You know why I have to say this?
Yes.
Because you raised it. See, when we talk about, because you've had ambassadors. There are so many rich Nigerians. Let me look at me. Look at me. Because if you didn't bring it now, we would have come to this place. You have not made me to let Nigerians know. The people are thinking.
All right. That was Wike talking about he revealed something he didn't want to reveal, and kind of he regretted that he said it about how they give out land and how the media benefits. And then the most important thing that he revealed there was, I paid you guys to come here, to come and interview me. Channels TV responded to Wike. Let's watch.
The way he spoke about a wide range of issues, from PDP politics to national politics to governance in the FCT, that's the nation's capital. And you may have heard the FCT minister also speaking about certain property belonging to Channels Television, or at least that houses Channels Television in the nation's capital, Abuja. Well, Channels Television has now released an official rebuttal to the statement that was made by the FCT minister that Channels is making money from the land allocated to it in Guzape. It is not correct. The property, which houses our national headquarters in the Guzape area of Abuja, that land actually was allocated to CTV, that's Channels Television, on March the 6th, 2007, 19 years plus ago, for commercial purpose by the then FCT minister. And we can confirm to you that all of the required fees and charges were fully paid. So yet again, the statement that Channels is making money from the land allocated to it in Guzape, that statement made by the FCT minister during the media chat, is not correct. And we can say that unequivocally. Secondly,
all right, I just wanted to bring this up because we've been talking about media, and I actually think that it's connected to what we had, the conversation we had here I think last week, about how the media works, who pays, and the expectations from people in the press. And one more thing along that line, just hold that thoughts. Don't forget that. I want us to mix it together because sometimes we don't have time to talk on these things. There were so many incidents in Nigeria involving journalists in the last 1 week that I want to bring to your attention, especially for our understanding of the work they do. This is a cable reporter cable news encounter with the military.
Yes, sir. Wọ́n tún pa fóònù ẹ̀ jẹ́. Wọ́n tún pa fóònù ẹ̀ jẹ́. Wọ́n lè lọ jẹ́ lẹ́ka ìbò ní láyé ẹ̀. This soldier dey want to. Oh, the partner. Wọ́n ṣe lọ́mọ ọdún mi ìwé láì tí mo ṣe ń gbé fídíò rẹ̀ nínú wa.
All right, that was.
Where do I even start from? First of all, I needed to get an update about the whole trending eviction something, and I met opposition and moves to try to dissuade me from doing that were quite understandable, but I still went ahead to do it. And the university security came and picked me up, but we stayed there for a couple of long time. But story cut short, I'm here now and we are out. We are just doing our job to protect the general interest of greater population of the society. And I still remain Elijah Akuma, reporting for Afia TV.
Okay, the other one, this last one, reporter Elijah for Afia TV went to cover a story in UNN, and he was seized by the security of the university, and they handled him and his camera person for coming to cover a story about a student who was a visually impaired student who was expelled from the university. So that's media in Nigeria as we speak. That's not really a topic that I want us to talk about, but if few people want to react to that, I will. But I wanted to bring that to your attention as we talk about media, because media is central to most of the things we discuss here. Most of the sources we use is from the press, and we are concerned about making sure that they are accurate, that they're not influenced by inducements, by several things, that people are free to actually practice that thing we expect them. And we tend to demand that the media should do better, which is right. They should do better, but also we have to remember, understand the challenges they face, which is the same with every other profession in Nigeria. There are challenges that they face, and sometimes the outcome of that work that we expect will be impacted by what they go through in doing that. All right, for this segment, I will give people, maybe two people a chance, people who are very passionate and have something very, very key to say. And then we go to the next topic. So I want Mr. James to be able to be part of this conversation. We want to talk about South Africa and even the situation there, but the xenophobic attacks, the president's situation, and our own Femi Fani-Kayode going there as our ambassador to South Africa. I think he can give them a fight over there when he goes there. But I will give two people. If you raise your hand and you're interested in talking about the media, I will let you speak. I'll point out, I'll pick Sola, if Sola wants to say something. Sola, welcome to the show. I know you didn't get a chance last time to speak.
Good evening, everyone, or good morning or afternoon, wherever we are. I was driving when I heard everybody was talking about the Nigerian politics. I think Solly is partially right. And Solly, what Mr. Paul did say the other time, it does make sense. How long will we be bringing Nigerian foreign people in which they are farmers, welders, and they call them experts? They have better welders in Nigeria. But I understand that you're scared of, the same politicians that are stealing our money. But for how long we will continue doing it? They'll keep on stealing it. But we need to equip our people at the end of the day. We need to train them. We need to develop ourselves, or else we'll turn ourselves to slaves. And when it comes to Nigerian politics, I believe that we need to understand that politics is local. And that's just it. And in politics, whoever says he's not ready to spend money in Nigerian politics should just forget it. If Obi is not ready to spend money, he should just forget it. And that's just the reality. Kwankwaso is not there for 2027. He's there, like everybody has alluded. He's there for 2031. And he wants to see, okay, how will I be able to get a vote from Obi? Who says Kwankwaso is no a mole in NDC? Because he's going to pally up with Tinubu to say, look, you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back for 2027, and I want you to back me up for 2031. So who says he's not also a mole? So because it's politics. If you look at, if what I heard Kenneth Okonkwo say this week about Peter Obi, if they tell me he will ever say something like that about Peter Obi running around, going around and stuff, I'll more or less say, you know what, this guy, no, it can't be true. But what he said this week, I was like, this is a typical politician. And if we are staying abroad and you don't understand Nigerian politics, please just go and sit down. Because today they will tell you that the sky is blue. As they are saying it is blue, they are telling you at the same time it is red. So I believe that we just need to understand that Nigerian politics is more than what we think about. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Sola. Anybody wants to weigh in on the press before we move to South Africa? Anybody?
Let me just touch the press a little bit.
Because you have a in-law who is in the press. Go ahead.
Not really, doctor. My daddy used to buy newspaper. I used to be that boy who go buy newspaper. In fact, it was newspaper I start learning how to drive. You understand? Take my daddy's car. They start letting me wash the car, then I start running away. So sometimes I think when it comes to the media, we don't really understand the media very well. Like, for example, few things I can touch when it comes to like print media now. We have something called the editorial. We have viewpoint, opinion, and the news. So sometimes when we read these things, we make mistake. We don't understand that. It may just be that journalist is writing his own opinion, his own viewpoint. This is their editorial. What this newspaper come out with. Like New York, Washington Times, they are good with their editorial. You hear, this is what they come out with. This is their suggestion towards the government and everything. Then the media itself, the media is dying all over the world. There is no money. There is no money. So because of no money again, it makes the media become very, very biased. It makes it, do I call it bias or I say very, very partisan? You understand? You take side more so that one side can sponsor you. Certain things like we see, for example, in Arise newspaper, you see Rufai, they keep pushing to fire Rufai. Rufai is attracting so many people to come to the media. You understand? They use somebody like Ruben Abati to bring the money to the media. Abati tried to balance it and everything so that the government can still come to the media, can still buy space, can still buy time. You understand? These are the things. The government now, Wike now is having issues with Arise. You won't see Arise that much. Wike won't do much thing with Arise, but we'll do a lot with AIT. These are the things. They buy hair time and everything. So the media is really, really dying. Good media these days, maybe through the YouTube thing, whatever, because people don't really do hard. So it's affecting the media all over the world. And why it's affecting them? It makes them become more partisan. And when media go too much on partisan aspects, then they are not biased any longer. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Paul. Let's now move to South Africa, where we have three things playing at the same time. Xenophobic attacks, the President Ramaphosa in trouble over, it's very interesting when you know why he's in trouble. Something stolen from his farm. So, and then, of course, our new ambassador, Femi Fani-Kayode, who will really eat them up there, I hope. All right, James, start us on that topic.
You see, the topic is very, very broad. Will you be kind enough to just ask me questions and give brief answers?
Okay, so explain to us why the president is in trouble. Okay. And why is it that something like that could put someone in trouble in Africa, in South Africa, but in Nigeria, people go and collect money and they're on camera and nothing happens to them?
Yeah, what happened is that some money was found, I think, on his farm in US dollars, not South African rands. And the money was stolen, if I'm not mistaken. Then they raised alarm. Then they asked him, by law, are you expected to keep such an amount of money with you on your farm? That is the crux of the matter. The ANC, at that time, they dominated the House. When the matter came up for hearing, they were able to use their majority strength to silence it. Malema took the matter to the Supreme Court to find out if what the House did was correct or not. And the Supreme Court ruled not long ago that the president acted against the Constitution. So on the basis of that, the impeachment procedure, which they were able to stop some time ago, is to come up again. So it's very likely, that he might be asked to step aside because ANC do not have absolute majority in the House at the moment.
Okay. So I asked the question, you've been to South Africa, you live there, you said. Why is it that their democracy is at that point, at that level? Is there any other African country at that level where something like this could be a problem for a politician?
I don't know the Arab countries, not Africa, but in sub-Saharan Africa, there's no other country, organizing themselves the way they do in South Africa. I remember the case of Winnie Madikizela Mandela. He borrowed money from Sambo Bank in the name of African women, the African ANC Women's Wing. She borrowed money from the bank there that the women's wing want to use the money for something, or I don't know. Whereas it was for her personal use. On the basis of that, eventually she got flushed out from the House of Parliament because she lied to Parliament. The case of Jacob Zuma, in fact, that man has been battling with a series of court cases. He even went to prison for a time. The good thing about them is that they address their issues publicly. And when they finish addressing the issues, they publish the results on their website. If you go to the South African government website, you see commissions of inquiries they've set up since the days of Nelson Mandela, Thabo Mbeki. In fact, everything is there for public consumption. To a very large extent, they are very transparent. But they might be doing certain things behind the scene, I don't know. But as far as they are concerned, they try to obey the Constitution as much as possible. No African country, sub-Saharan, I don't know of the North African countries, no sub-Saharan African country manage their affairs the way the South Africans are managing theirs. When I was in South Africa, I noticed that if a man is accused of murder or attempted murder, if he's a low-class member of society, he's likely to be released on bail. But if he's a high-profile, fellow, the bail condition is extremely difficult to fulfill. They are harsher in dealing with the ruling elite than the ordinary members of society. That's one thing I noticed.
All right. Thank you so much. And let's expand the conversation by welcoming Mr. C, which is Chim, if I'm not wrong. Chim, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. How are you doing?
Good. So we're talking about South Africa, and I know you are at work and you need to just speak. And we wanted to know what you think about the appointment of Femi Fani-Kayode as the new ambassador. You know, initially, when People's Gazette published that he wasn't going to go to Germany because the country rejected him, his people came out and said that was not true, that he wasn't rejected. But now we know that he was apparently rejected and new arrangement.
But he's still denying it. He came out today to say he wasn't rejected.
What do you expect him to say? He's an ambassador. His job is to lie for his country and for himself.
But I think that this is a good time for him to go to South Africa. Let's go and see his...
I think he will do well. That may be actually the first good ambassadorial appointment to South Africa, because he will be competent, he will fight them. So, all right, but what's your view?
So, the question, I don't know, I haven't followed the Ramaphosa thing properly, but to your question about why their system has that level of accountability is not far-fetched. One is the party holds supreme. In Nigeria, the parties don't hold supreme. In Nigeria, the leader of the party, who eventually is the president, I'm assuming the ruling party, for instance, produces a president, that president automatically becomes the leader of that party. The reverse is the case with the South African situation. The system, their party determined. That's why outside of Mandela, there has been no president in South Africa that has finished his term. Not one. Everyone has had something truncate them. Mbeki was asked to leave because of some high-handedness. ANC, he lost a vote of confidence and they asked him to step down. And then, what's his name, came after him before Zuma now came. Even Zuma himself was also forced out, which is why he went and formed his own political party. So the good thing about their system is that the party holds supreme. You can't be a president in South Africa and suddenly you can control the parties. No, it doesn't work with them. If you fall out with the party will ask you to step aside. And you have no choice than to step aside. So let's see how Ramaphosa's situation pans out. And it's not only the ANC, even the EFF is the same thing. And then even the Democratic Alliance, DA, is the same thing, which is where you have most of the whites. There has been none of their leaders who, if the party finds, okay, you're not doing well, step aside. They just tell you to step aside, particularly just the way the UK system has it, where if majority of the party says, okay, we've had enough of you as a leader, we need you to step aside. Our fortunes are not being furthered by your leadership. We want you out. You step aside. So that's something we need to go learn from them. Are we able to learn it from them? I don't know. But what this brings down to, what it teaches us, for those of us who are watching, is, we keep saying build systems. And Nigerians want to build strong men, which is part of why we are a society that is hero worshipping. We worship heroes. We were a cult-like society. Yes, as gentle as Peter Obi is, you can see people are telling you where he goes is where they go. Nobody will interrogate to say, yes, he's a good man, but hey, if he has any excesses or mistakes, let's call him out on those things. If you do that, people come after you. So that's the one thing I want to say. But the number one thing that brought me in is not even the South African issue. Solely made is it Solar? Sorry, please, not Solely, but Solar. He made a statement, so I need to be sure I heard him right, so that I don't judge him wrongly. He said, if Peter Obi is not willing to spend money, I want to understand that context. Do you mean bribe people to get the office, or do you mean as a political system, spend money in terms of electioneering campaigns? What exactly are you talking about? So I don't want to run with the wrong conclusion that I understood what you're saying. Because if you're saying if Peter Obi does not want to spend money, my understanding is you're saying if he does not want to go to a primaries and bribe people, then he should step aside. In other words, you're saying bribing people in the primaries is acceptable. But I just want to be sure. I don't want to run with the wrong impression.
Do you want me to respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you understand Nigerian politics, it was meant to be primary, but they say it has to be consensus. I am not judging based on normal politics, but when it comes to Nigerian politics, definitely it goes through consensus. You have to give people money because those delegates are the ones that are more or less going to vote for you. So I'm specifically
So I get him now. Don't worry, you don't need to speak anymore. I get him right. So please don't take this personal. I'm happy I actually appreciate the fact that you expressed your views. But you see, those views are why when Nigeria is where it is. If a man comes and says, let's do things right, let me bring up my manifestos. If you like it and like what I stand for, vote for me. I do not know anywhere in the world, any of the democracies we want to be like, or we often refer to, where people go money bagging and bribing the electorate to vote for them. Sorry, bribing their primary voters to vote for them. Please, Rudolph, where you live, if it's happening, tell me, because that's not my impression of what happens in your system there. It doesn't happen where I live. If you start bringing out money to throw at anybody, you're out. It's against the rules. So we cannot be wanting a new Nigeria. And we're saying, if we understand Nigerian politics, that's exactly what we want to clean out. That is why the man is running away. That's why he keeps saying, I don't want to do this. People want to force me to do this. And then I'm not saying he's perfect. I have my own, knocking where I need to knock him. But when it comes to this not wanting to bribe anybody, I'm with him 100%. We can't keep bribing people, because once you bribe your way through it, spend your money rather than people voting for you, then when you get into office, you want to recoup that money back. So what do we want? We can't eat our cake and have it. We can't say on one front we want a clean Nigeria, but we're here silently saying that our politics has to be that format. And if someone who says, I don't want to be part and parcel of that process, we call him all sorts of names. What exactly do we want? That's all I wanted to come and express, Rudolph. I find it strange.
All right. Thank you, Chim. Let's go to Ovie. Mr. James, you see how I'll come back to you later.
Yeah, I just want to make a few very short comments.
Okay.
I don't think Sola is justifying the act of giving bribes. It's telling us what obtains. That does not necessarily mean that he's in support of it. In Nigeria, for you to get it, you need to do this. But that does not mean that he, as a person, is in support of what is happening.
All right. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Obie.
Which direction should I go with the xenophobia or the government? That of Fani Kayode, I mean.
Anyone you want, it's up to you. Any angle you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I don't have anything on that of Fani Kayode. I mean.
Why? Why? Do you think he will be a good ambassador?
I mean, I think first of all I need to understand what is job description, or what is required of him. I don't know. So
have you never met an ambassador?
I did.
Okay.
But now flexible, we go flex. we were they organized dinner for us after we meet and all that. So,
that's part of the job.
Oh, that's it. Then now I'm a boy now. I'm all happy. So it's
all right. Talk about South Africa in general and what's going on with.
In South Africa, I think the main difference between them and us has to boil down to their constitution. The practice, they have what they call a constitutional parliamentary representative democracy democratic republic. So what it means, I think they take a little bit from the British, then a little bit from the American side. Now the difference here is that they are the people, the South Africans, don't get to elect their president direct like we do. Come 2027, whether vote for Tinubu will be one of them. But in that of South Africa, the parliament elect one of them to be the president and head of government. Just like as our Senate, currently they are currently fighting, Somalia and Kwabi are currently fighting. So that's just as they come together, they elect their leader. That's how South African Parliament elect their president, which is pretty much tailored to that of the British system of government. But again, they also have 3 tiers of government, right? The provincial and then the local. But the difference, just like us, the state and local government, but the difference between them, that their own and ours, that this the provinces, their constitution is pretty more autonomous. Their job is pretty clear cut out for them. You know, the state, the national level, their own federal government will pretty much go with the big picture, like the foreign policy, security, economy, and all that. Why the province, which is in that of Nigeria and a state, focus on social services like education, healthcare, they provide roads and what have you. Then at the lower tier, which is our own local government, their own. Those people are pretty much responsible for because they are the direct contact to the citizen. When we talk about this is local, them actually what they specialize in providing what they manage pretty much what the average South African need, right? Like the likes of bread and butter, issue like the water, electricity, refuse collection, you know, all that kind of stuff. So their job is pretty much cut out for them. But one can argue that our own too is constitution stated that, but the political will and the political knowledge from the political will from the leaders is not there. Why the general public are pretty much like how the system works. So that's why this is we know if you know either force them to actually carry out the will of the constitution. But that's the major point there is that the parliament can decide to remove the president if they feel that it's not doing well. They pass vote of confidence.
Don't you think that the parliament in Nigeria, the National Assembly, can remove a president? They have the right, but they are not doing it. And there have been some presidents that even the people I believe they broke the law, they should be impeached, but they did not.
Yes, but they can, but because I'm not in South Africa. I don't know how much money is involved in South African politics, but Nigerian own is clear cut. Money speaks first. So, and the fact that the Nigerian citizen has the right direct to elect the president pretty much created friction. And again, I am not under any illusion that we are one nation, right? That's why it did very hard for the Senate to impeach the president. Obasanjo was a clear example. When they won't impeach him during his when he was trying to third term, they actually got the votes. they got the votes, but the idea now our person had to kick in. The Omoluabis, the Yoruba power brokers elite also come together and say, come, now we're picking this. So they negotiate themselves out of it at that level. So that's another factor that we have to deal with. The fact that these three ethnicities, when push comes to shove, they will have to look inward. Is one thing we don't talk about.
All right.
If no matter what Tinubu today, what he do today, when actually make the move, all these Yoruba people will be they come out openly against us, so they will cave in. That's our reality.
Thank you. Maska, do you like the fact that Femi Fani-Kayode is representing us in South Africa? You're muted.
I mean, the problem I would have is not with him as a person. I think he will perform. I think he will do well. As an ambassador, you need to be able to lie. I believe Femi Fani-Kayode is a liar. So he should be able to speak from both sides of his mouth. That's fine. The problem I have, you see, it's the fact that as a society, this is how we really mess ourselves up. So we are now a society that is rewarding liars, people that we know are not honorable people. They are the people that the society is rewarding. That's the issue I have. But I'm very confident that he will be a good ambassador. But that is not what the society should be doing. And I want to push back on Ovie. I don't know why today me and Ovie were on the opposite sides of the road, which is fine, you know, which is a sign that you are doing a good job, Mr. Rudolph. See, Ovie, what you're saying is not when the issue of that because we are not because of tribal. No, go and check who was the person who was pushing Obasanjo's third term. It was Ibrahim Mantu. It's not a Yoruba man. He was the one. And the reason why that thing was scuttled was simply because Atiku knew that, look, he wanted to be president. He knows that, look, if we allow this man to do third term, when is it going to be my turn? So he was the one that scuttled it. Go and check it. It has nothing to do with tribalism. And when they were trying to impeach him, he used money. OBJ used a lot of money. He was the one who in fact, in my books, that's the only crime that OBJ committed in the country. He is the one that has demolished this democracy because he was the first person to demolish the Senate, the National Assembly. So I don't think your position is actually correct. OBJ was never, throughout his regime, there is no any tribal...
No, you don't understand what I said. I never said what causes, what led to that. I said the Senate have actually collected the votes that will get him out of the presidency.
Yes. He gave money, not because he was a Yoruba man, the Yoruba people.
No, I say his Kingsmen. The Kingsmen also come together at the background and say, come now, we're picking videos. There's no way we can support you that is going on. Maybe they forgive him.
Okay, but see, Ovie, the point I'm making is that when you take Obasanjo as a person, as a presidency, there is nothing tribal about him. It was people like, what's his name, IBB. I know when they were even putting him, the Yoruba people pushed for Olufalaye. Maybe we forget too easily in this country. Yoruba people didn't like OBJ as a candidate.
All right.
I made that point too. I never said Obasanjo was tribal. I never said that.
Okay.
You know, just listen to understand me. You will get what I was trying to. I never said it was tribal. I said if people came together at the 9 minutes to save his ass. That's different from being tribal. And I think when you are confusing what I said was the later end. I said at the core of our society, we never arrive at that point where we say we would breathe as one. The three big tribes see they breathe separately, especially when push comes to shove. That's what I said. Right. When push comes to shove, everybody keys into his own enclave.
Oh yeah, thank you.
For help or to get an excuse.
Oh yeah, thank you. We are running out of time. Forefathers, welcome to the show.
Greetings, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me. Greetings to all the panelists. Greetings to the chat, and special greetings to the viewers. About the ambassador, I'm not sure he's the right person to represent Nigeria in South Africa. And given this thing, the way Abike Dabiri has carried herself internationally, I'm not sure. They are insiders. They are not the kind of people I would like to see there. And precisely given the communities of Nigerians that are in the diaspora that are generally from the southeast and the south in those regions, you would think you would send somebody from those regions to go and represent Nigeria there, because they will speak more closely to the matter at hand, and they will understand more of the tendencies of their own people. Maybe they will even know them, and they hold them accountable, like the ones that are committing crimes, all those ones doing human trafficking and drugs, and also know the ones that are actually innocent, that are being persecuted in that country. There are a lot of them being persecuted from, you just being married to a Nigerian is a problem now. And going to school is a problem, everywhere, hospital is a problem. So to deal with such things, you need people that have insight into it. We talk about it in Nigeria all the time, how we need local police because they know the area. This applies too internationally, because if you observe the way Abike Dabiri has carried herself, in many cases where there are other groups represented, she doesn't resonate at all. And I don't think that is also, I did not to mention the fact that he's also, I think I've had him say certain things that are actually confrontational. He speaks up for Nigeria to an extent, but it's also part of the Tinubu orbit. So I don't know what he's going to do. If he does well, good. If he doesn't do well, we're all here to condemn him, that's for sure. And I hope he does well, and I really wish him well. Let him try to do the best he can for Nigerians and many African countries that are suffering the madness that is currently taking over the South African space. At least the Dudula madness, not necessarily all the citizens. I wanted to comment on some of the statements people have, a lot of people have come in to repeat this. It shows you that there's something there that there is an unsettling tendency that is going on, and everybody seems to be commenting on about what Soli said about the Chinese people coming to build refineries and stuff like that. I don't understand why some people always are professors or providing problems for every solution, but they never provide their own. And why would you block that? If it's going to help build the refinery to get it to work. After all, it took a private institution like Dangote Refinery to build one. The Nigerian government hasn't been able to. And if you say Nigerian government, it's us. We have not been able to. And if it's going to take them to build that, then your job is to train expertise to make sure they take over those roads in time. Because if you look at the history, when he said it, I knew he was right. And but I had to confirm it. You check other countries and see what has happened. And it was clear that even the Chinese relied on a lot of Soviet help in the 50s and early 60s. I think around 1960s was when they broke up their relationship with the Soviets. It kind of broke up, not fully. But the Soviets built a lot of infrastructure for them. They even gave it a name. I think 156 projects. And the Soviets built about 130 and completed it from 1950 to 1957 to 1960. They did all that. You don't see the Chinese complaining, oh, no, let's block them. Or the Chinese saying, oh, because the West wants to come and do trade with us in the 70s, let's block them because it's the West. What works is what matters. And as long as you as a human being are not stupid enough to give your sovereignty away when you are trading with or gaining advantage from other people, why is it a problem? It's our weakness that is inspiring all this weakness, all this rejection of everything. Everything we see, we fear every time, because we know we don't have the fortitude and the mindset to say, you know what, I'm going to take this advantage from you and you can't do anything about it. Because when the Chinese decided to trade with the Americans, they knew they were strong enough to withstand whatever America has to throw at them. And history has shown them to be correct. But our problem is that anybody that is more powerful than us want to try to do something for us, the reason why we fear is because we know we are practically defenseless. When they want to take everything, they will take everything. Then where do you start from? You don't want to do anything at all? Like I said, I've always advised our people, make yourself strong, then everything else will be sustainable. Otherwise, what you're going to be getting is somebody will say, China wants to do this, we'll complain. America wants to do this, we'll complain. Yet all these countries work with other people that are doing well. What is the common denominator? Us. We are the problem. Make your own country, make your own self strong enough so that you can accept help from strong people. Because if you are in a house, you don't have protection, you don't have anything, you invite armed robbers to come into your house, don't be surprised they cut away all your things. That is what is going to happen. But yeah, those same armed robbers, those same criminals, they work for politicians. That's wise enough to control them in Nigeria space, as you see right now. The same way, you need to learn how to control yourself internationally. We can barely contain South Africa. If you look at our people, they will say, oh, people are getting killed. Do you think if Americans are getting killed like that on the streets of South Africa, you think that's the story you'll be hearing right now? You think you'll be hearing the nonsense story our people are talking about right now? You will not be hearing it. British people are being killed like that on the South African street. But our lives don't matter, does it? Our lives don't matter. And I really feel like the reason why they are criticizing him is because they don't understand that you have to be flexible. Was it not the Chinese leader that said, or the art of war that said, you have to be like water, flow in any direction as long as it gives you advantage. There is no rigidity to this. There is no ideological basis to any argument. There is no religious basis to any argument. There is no political basis to any argument. I don't buy into that. Whatever is going to work for our people, go for it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. There's a question from Mr. James. What kind of engineers are our universities producing? Quite interesting. That's why we need to have debates so that we can.
They produce like Dr. Dameji, who is a
Yeah. I wanted to. I've said that on this show that I studied engineering. Just like you guys, when you talk about journalism, I feel the same passion for engineers. It's not the fault of the production of engineers, or the kind of engineers we produce. No, it's the fault of the country, the structure of the country, just like every profession. If the environment is not conducive, the good ones will leave, and they become. I have my classmates at FUTA. They're all over the world doing great things in America, in Europe. It's not what we were taught. That was not a problem. It's about the environment. There's a video of a doctor that actually, I don't think I played it here. I don't know if he was an actor or a real doctor, complaining, a doctor in Nigeria, why he doesn't care about medicine anymore because the environment is. So it's not about whether our doctors are good or not. We can't say they are not good. We know they are here. They're doing great things here. It's about the environment. So it's not about the engineers. I'm not faulting the engineers. I know prototypes of every machine you can think about that can solve all the problems we have in Nigeria. How to plant anything you can think about, how to process it. We've designed them. If you go to any university, major university in Nigeria, go to the engineering department, you see prototypes. I'm not talking about design on paper, prototypes built. But there's nobody who is going to transfer it into products that will go to market. And I was talking to somebody who raised the same question to me yesterday. I said, if you produce the machine, for instance, where is the electricity that people will use to operate it? If they buy, let's say all those women peeling melon, you know how long it takes them to peel melon. And we designed the machine at FUTA. We built the prototype, nobody built it. And even if they produce it, nobody is going to produce it en masse. And if people can buy it, let's say those old women in the villages can buy it, they don't have electricity to use it. So it's multiple level of problems. It's not the fault of the teachers. It's not the fault of the engineers. It's the country. Okay, go ahead, Sully. What do you want to say?
So, just to add to that, there are a lot of policies that has been, put into the economy. For example, when you look at all the new things that you can import that are tax-free. When Buhari said Nigerian youths are lazy, it's 50-50. We are kind of lazy. You see a lot of Nigerians that have a lot of money. What do they use it to do? Flex. You can use that to import a lot of factory equipment, tax-free, in this regime. Start company, employ the youths, but they are not doing that. There are a lot of power sectors that you can get into now as a youth. If you have a lot of money, you don't even need the finances. We have a lot of people that go to China. The companies are there. They are ready to invest. Why are you not connecting it and bringing it to Nigeria? So you can't say that Nigeria is irredeemable, the country is finished. If you bring all these kind of things, you are making it a win-win for the people. You don't have to push APC, you don't have to push Tinubu and all these kind of things. Think about the poor people that will benefit. Think about the poor people that will have a fighting chance. Something is better than nothing. It doesn't have to stop at power. Look at what is going on in your environment. Know your local government chairman. Connect with the people in your environment. Look for what you can bring in. These things, you don't have to even put in your own funds. These companies abroad are ready to bring in their own funds, and they will not own it for life, right? They will own it for maybe 20 years, sometimes 15 years, sometimes 10 years, and they give it back to the government. You have an opportunity to have people employed. That means you've created jobs without even dropping a single dime. You've put jobs down for people that will maintain the place, Nigerians like you. In the future, Nigerian government will own it without spending, and it will boost their own political image. So obviously, they will want something like that. It's not every time we should complain. Yes, they are bad, but let's try to do something that the poor people of Nigeria will benefit from. Just because you don't want to agree with them, the poor people should not start waiting and suffering until everything is 100% right. It's not good now. Is that what Jesus will allow? Think about it. You guys go to church, but I'm the one always preaching the Bible.
All right. Thank you, Sully. Yeah, KJ, we are still having. I want to go sequentially, but anyway, go ahead. What do you want to say? Is it coming to this, or you want to be part of? You want to talk about? We're talking about South Africa.
I think that the love, the panelists say the love for Sully is too much. So because now I want to talk, you ask me question what I want to say.
No.
You didn't ask Sully what he wants to say.
No. I know
you just say Sully, go ahead. Why don't you just say okay, go ahead?
Because I want to know what time to give you. Whether I'm giving you full 5 minutes for the.
No, I don't need 5 minutes. I just want to touch.
Wait. Or you want to just react to something? Sully was reacting to something, so that's
okay. I will react something and I go ahead and make my own submission on South Africa.
No, not immediately. Not at the same time.
Okay, let me react to something.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Now, here is what I want to react to. Sully, have you tried importing before in Nigeria? And the process it goes through to clear your goods from the port, and even when you have your papers complete, if you have not, come down for importing things from Nigeria. Try once, and then if you get it through within 3 months of visiting in the wharf, then you are a superman, even with the connection that you may have. So if these things are not, it's easy for us to just say it. Okay, people dump their money there, and after a while, you even beg the people who are there to sell it and give you just so you can just get back what you invested. It's even difficult to get it. So it's not a question of whether people want to invest on use or not. They are ready, but the process is cooked. Now, again, what we are talking about, forefathers in England. Ariba company, electric company is England. The guy who designed the system that breaks down, balances the Europe power grid. He's a Nigerian. He finished from Foot to Were. The Oyibo people living with you couldn't do it. Okay? It is a Nigerian from Benue State. I want to be precise. I won't call his name. He's right now working with an oil company who designed that system that can stabilize whether you are in 240 or 210 or 2 whatever or 110. It balanced that design. Was the Nigerian who did it. So when we look down on people and we're not inability to do things, because they're not given the opportunity. They have ample people who can look. Okay, let me go back. The private partner, BP was set for private partnership. All the companies that was privatized by El-Rufai and the BP people, please tell me how many are working. How many that are working now? Let's take NITEL for instance. What's the end of NITEL right now? So it's not a question of private practice whether the people are coming or not. Look at the last one is the electricity companies, the discos. They are no longer disco lights because all the lights have gone off. No more disco. It's a drum we're beating now. Okay. So what I'm simply saying is these things have been practiced over and over time, but because it belongs to government, when they are privatized, people just make their money and go away. They don't put in what they promised to put in. They don't bring the infrastructure that they were asked about. They just come to Nigeria, manage what is there. One is dead. They will pack their things and go away because in the first place, they sign a contract that you cannot hold their remittance. So every money they make, they take it out every month. At the end of the day, when your company, when they are done with it, they carry their things and leave. You people are left with your destiny. So what we're saying here is this. We have enough people. That's what I'm saying. That's my conclusion. We have enough people in Nigeria who can handle the situation. Ebola came to Nigeria. It was Nigerian doctors that handled it. They didn't go outside. Why it was killing people outside of Nigeria? People were saved in Nigeria because of the doctors and the vaccine that was done in Nigeria. So we should give the Nigerian engineer the opportunity. Look, these refineries that they say they're not working. If they have gathered Nigerian engineers and said to them, this refinery in Warri, we want you to work. What do you take? I'm telling you, look, I can bet anything you want on it that Nigerian engineers will turn it around without even traveling out of Nigeria. Have you ever gone to Onitsha to see what they do with broken down machines? I used to have a rover. Okay, my rover had a problem once. Somebody said, why are you wasting time trying to import it from England? Just call the guys in Onitsha. They will craft whatever you need. And they did that, and the vehicle came back alive. Why do we look down? You see, that is why we're not developing.
It's not just about the engineers capable of doing it. The engineers have to have a company that they can organize to do it. Otherwise, if you hand it back to the government will destroy it again. So what is the point?
Excuse me, the Transcorp Limited that is operating in Nigeria now, it's not a Nigerian investor that came together to form Transcorp. Was there anything like Transcorp? They took it over from...
Why didn't they bid to this fix the refineries all these years? Why didn't they do that?
I just
they didn't do that
because they're not being given the opportunity to do that. It's easier for government.
They were not given the opportunity.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. It's easy.
They didn't complain. You are the one complaining here.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Forefather, hold on. It's easy for the government to make money from bringing expatriates outside because they form companies, those expatriates, and they get their return. But if they call you and I, who are the Nigerian engineers sitting in Abuja, they're not going to travel out to get extra code. They're not going to go. People will see what they're doing. People will know what they're doing. But when they go outside and form those shell companies,
you don't need to go far. With his line of argument, you should go and bring Chinese soldiers because he is saying that we should hire more soldiers. So go and bring Chinese soldiers.
Yeah, that is just a below the belt blow. That has nothing to do with anything. It's just coming from below the belt now.
Let me add to this discussion.
Hold on, you can't come in and add, and there are people who
that's
are.
why I'm begging everybody. This is the first time I'm asking.
No. Anyway, hold on. At least
all I'm simply saying is that we have competent engineers and doctors in Nigeria. We have the manpower. We have, again, I repeat, we have the manpower, the brain. It's just that the people have refused to give us the opportunity to develop our country, and we are running everywhere trying to look for how to live a better life. What am I doing here? Can't I do much better where I am?
So when it comes to protecting your people, we don't have the manpower. But when it comes to building the refineries, we have the manpower. It's like you want us to do things that you know will fail. Clearly, you know, we know the Nigerian can run military, but we know they cannot run refineries. If you fix it, are you going to hand it? No, hold on. Are you going to hand the refineries to a private company to run? Because that's what you will need. Because if they fix it and they give it to the government will wreck it again.
Please, who is running it now? Who have been running it since they built it?
They've wrecked it. Now the government
who are running it.
I actually wanted to thank you, everybody. I wanted to hear from people who are yet to speak because we are running out of time.
I'm here to speak.
Sully, I know you represent the younger generation. That's why I come to you whenever I see you. There are not many of you here. But what do you, just 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. So you said they are not giving the opportunities. Do you know the percentage of import tax-free? Do you know what specific products are import tax-free? I can bet that you don't know. Now, I want to use a real-life example. When VDM went to Nigeria, all the people there were telling him, oh, the same thing that you were just telling me. Have you tried to import this one down? He imported it, basically got almost nothing in import tax and used it to showcase how all these people are overhyping the price with the exact same excuses that you made. And this was what he used to showcase the overpricing, especially when it came to B-Lodge. This is one of the reasons why they fought. A very dark man was able to do it, get it with a very low import tax and almost half the price than almost all the people were putting there. Those people used that excuse to increase the price of their products by 100, 200, 300%. You didn't research if it was true or not. You just repeated the same thing that they said to sell their markets.
All right, thank you.
Sometimes when we want to say some things, we need to research it first instead of repeating what other people are saying. So, and I'm not saying that we don't have engineers and all these people. The opportunities are there. People are just choosing. People that have the money are just choosing not to use those opportunities. They want 100%, 200%, 300% returns. That's why all of them are building all over everywhere in Lagos, right? That is what they want. They don't want, oh, we take the revenue, we cut it. What is your net profits? They don't want all those jagbajantes. So,
okay. Sorry. No, just 1 second. 1 second. I'll just say something.
That's what everybody's saying. 1 second and they speak for 5 minutes.
Two words. First and second, I want to say to you, you used the example of BVM. Has he imported again? Has he in the protection business? That's one. Two. Hold on, sir. I'm going to throw it out there so that we don't waste time. Two. Is it every other trader out there as popular and a popular face in Nigeria like BBM, who
No,
if he
you
goes
just said
into,
even
if he
with my
goes, hold on, sir, let me talk. I like you talk.
You said
If he goes
even with
into,
my connection. Now you are saying the person is popular.
See, my brother, look, I used to when I was operating Nigeria, I go to there's when you go to Lome, when they are going to we are crossing from Nigeria to Benin Republic or Benin, all those places. I see people, they ask them, laissez-passer. If you don't really give laissez-passer, don't go. But I come there as a journalist, they say laissez-passer. I say I don't have your laissez-passer. Here's my ID card and here's my passport. Stamp it for me to go. And most times they want to argue, but because they know that I will not budge, they give me back. Every other person who passes pays 200 naira. So are you now saying that those people, because I was able to pass all the time I come and I pass, they will also be able to do the same thing? Look, it's like comparing apple and oranges. It doesn't work that way. I have leverage, I can use it. They don't have leverage, they can't use it.
All right,
I think KJ is touching on something very important here. Can you have engineers come together, form a kind of consortium, fix the refineries, and run it themselves? If you can do that, you can make a viable case to the federal government.
For next Friday.
Forefathers.
Make a viable case to the federal government. Yeah, I've never seen that being able. Nigerians coming together, build something and get it to work. They've not done it before.
Forefathers. You can Google a session of Nigerian engineers and talk to them. You can help them to think along that line. You know, so
it's KJ.
No, you just.
All right. Suggesting this. I think there's viability to it.
Oh, thank you.
I don't see why the government would reject it.
We have to go. Thank you. Let's go back to South Africa. Dexter.
1 second. I need to say something on this matter.
What matter?
Rudolph, what are you doing? This electricity team, the energy team, the engineer
How
team.
did South Africa
I tell you, please, that's a promise.
Okay.
Not more than 1 minute. So. The issue why I joined, they've been discussing this issue, so people talking about engineers. We don't lack competent engineers. We have both local and international trained professional engineers. The problem of electricity, first of all, handing your power sector to a foreign government, this is not even issue of engineers, it's not issue of funding, it is a national security issue. This is one thing we need to know. So we need to drop the discussion back here. Then the issue when people are talking about lack of engineers, no, that is not one of the problems we are having in the electricity sector. Part of it is we have poor maintenance and aging infrastructure. There is corruption and weak governance. We have inadequate investment in power generation, transmission, and distribution. These are all the issues. Yeah, the funding is important, but we can source for the funding even in form of borrowing. So having engineers to do this work is not even part of the problem. Even the gas supply fuel issue is part for power plants. These are part of the issue. I was listening to the new minister when he was talking about, the minister that just resigned, they should create something like was it Department of Energy or something that would make sure to synergize the power sector and the energy sector in terms of gas production to power the power plants we have. So the inconsistency in the government too, where Buhari makes significant investment in the power sector. This government, I don't know, we had agreement with Siemens like 4 or 5 years ago. It was significant investment. But what you see, the new government will come. Sometimes they go withdraw this agreement, this contract. They don't know what they are doing, basically. So we need somebody that will be, a ministry that will be consistent, have a master plan for 10, 20 years. We will be increasing our power generation progressively. What you see, like this new minister, I listened to him. He was in the Senate. He was the Senate. When you listen to him, they tell you in the next 6 months we are going to have constant power electricity. This is not done. You have to come with a plan. Tell Nigeria now we are producing 4,000 megawatts. Our plan is the next 2 years, we want to increase it every year at least by 2,000 megawatts. That would be more. So you follow it up. They just talk political statement. so that people will listen, people will think they are doing something. Like Tinubu said 4 years ago, if I don't give you electricity, don't vote for me. Today, what is going on? So we should be talking in terms of power improvement, you know, how do we get money to finance this project? So, but adding over to a foreign country, that was so dumb of that senator. That is a national security issue. Thank you.
All right.
It is not handing over. Oh, it is 20 to 30 years. I don't know why
that is handing over, Solly.
They do this in Europe. They do this all over the world. But why is Nigeria so special? What do you have that they want to collect from you that they do not collect from Europe?
Thank you. I think at this point we'll take a break. Solly, let me go to Dexter. Go ahead. After you, then we'll take a break.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. AY took 5 minutes plus. He asked me for 1 minute.
1 second. He said,
yeah. And it's not like I don't have anything to say on this topic, but I'm sure if we kind of structure it, everybody will get to speak. On Femi Fani-Kayode, I really don't care how he performs. You know, it's just that in Nigeria we set the bar so low. You know, that's just the sad situation. We've set the bar so low, so the expectation is there's no expectation. You know, there's really no expectation. We now think that an ambassador has to be a liar. You know, an ambassador has to be a man of integrity, has to be a diplomat, you know, who is able to represent the interest of his country while serving in another country. You know, so another problem we have in Nigeria is that we've been very much bastardized. That's okay. You know, we've been very much bastardized that we now kind of lean towards, you know, selecting an ambassador. Unfortunately, we are not yet a country whereby we should be thinking, irrespective of where the person comes from, it shouldn't matter. The person is just going there to represent Nigerian interests, you know. So I don't expect too much from him. Now, touching on this energy stuff, Dr. Damages, let me be honest. Look, I agree with what some people are saying, but let us not hype ourselves too much on some things. Nigerian engineers can't build a refinery from scratch. There's no gainsaying about it. Because some of the technologies, we don't have them. We are not proprietary. We don't have the proprietary knowledge for those technologies. We have to buy them. You understand? We have to buy them. Can we run a refinery? Yes, we have Nigerian engineers that can run a refinery if it is set up. But Nigeria is really, really corrupt today. You know, Nigeria is extremely corrupt. Even what Solly is saying, okay, hand it over. Have you read the terms and the conditions of the contract, of the handover? So why should we go and give the Chinese? Why should we get the Chinese to what is the terms of that? If that was an MOU, that's just an MOU is nothing. Anybody that understands contracting terms, an MOU, just a memorandum of understanding is nothing. It's absolutely nothing. No, the second question is, what is the purpose of saying, okay, the Chinese, why do we want to put in any kobo in that refinery? Why don't we just sell it off? But if the Chinese want to run, I don't care. The Chinese can run the refinery for the next 100 years. If you sell it, let them take the liabilities. Simple. Why do we want government to be involved? We can't continue to reinforce failure. 90% of everything the Nigerian government has put their hand inside goes comatose, because when it comes to selecting staff, we start doing dichotomy. We don't select the best people for the job. So why does the government want to have a hand in refinery? Why? If it is not to continue stealing money from there. The government has pumped over 3 billion in how many years, and it's not working. Sell it off. There's no need. Sell it off to the Chinese if they can get value out of it, they get value out of it. Dangote built a refinery from scratch. And we are still talking about giving concession. Why? Those senators speaking like this because they are getting kickbacks. All those guys are getting money from those places. So sell it off. Obasanjo was ready to give that stuff as scrap to Shell. Sell it off and, let them make value out of it. Now, I want to touch on the issue in South Africa. The issue in South Africa is a common thing among people of my race, I must say it. The reason why you're having all this uprising in South Africa is because people are jobless. People are jobless. And there's something we have except for people like Dangote and a few people. Nigeria is trying though, but there's a problem we have in value creation. Unfortunately, our leaders don't understand that societies thrive where there is value creation, where jobs thrive, where you can create new jobs. Jobs are coming out there, things for people to do, and new jobs come from value creation. Example, in Nigeria, you have a lot of products that you can create a lot of supply chain on the products, but we throw a lot of things to waste. We don't create value out of things. Out of things that, example like the cassava. I'm sure the bag of cassava, we just throw it away, but you can create value out of it. So when you don't have, in Africa, we have a problem with creating jobs. When you don't create jobs, when there's a population explosion, what you have is you have jobless people. When you have jobless people, the first thing they will look for is immigrants. Everywhere in the world, they'll look for people, these people are not, and so that's a problem we have with Africa. We must start creating value. That's the reason why South Africa is having that problem. Not because those people really hate the other Africans, but they don't have jobs, they don't have anything productive to do. And so they are taking it out on whoever they think they can take it out on. So in Africa, what we should start focusing on, how can we create value? And not necessarily adopting Western style values, because the Western value creation is structured for their climate. We have to start creating value for the tropical region where we live. Thank you.
All right, Dexter, thank you so much. Did I miss anybody?
Yes, I've not contributed to this topic.
What is the topic?
South Africa plus engineering.
I just want to make sure that we still know what the topic is. I'm confused too. All right.
At least I'm better than Oviedo. I ask you, what are you asking?
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, Doctor, I still stand on this engineering thing when I was trying to talk to Soli. Soli, oftentimes when people contribute to what you said, I'm not.
It's not engineering, no. I never argued about engineering.
That's exactly that. So that's exactly the argument that you are arguing. I'm taking what you said.
I never spoke about engineering.
Hold on. I'm taking what you said and putting solution to it. I am not telling you that this is what you said. I only pick from what you said and find solution around it. So don't think I'm taking your word for word. I'm only finding solution, and I'm only telling you from experience the thing that I've seen.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Okay. Let's say you are in Nigeria, right? And you have 0 naira, right? And a Chinese man comes to you and says, I will build this house for you. And you can just pay cheap rent. In fact, 25% of what other people are paying for house rent. And after 20 years, you own that house. Or you can go and look for one local Nigerian and work all your life and give that Nigerian the money to build that house for you, knowing how they build houses in Lagos. Who will you choose?
So this question is not a yes and no question. We have to make it broad. It's not a yes and no question. I'm not in the dock where you ask me a yes and no question. When we do yes and no, then we go nowhere. Because my yes can still be right and my no can still be right. But when we elaborate it very well, you understand? Look, let me tell you, I live in United States where we have 2-party system. When you go to red state, they are doing well. When you go to blue state, they are doing well. And when you equally go to red state, some things they don't do well. And when you also go to blue state, some things they don't do well. But in generality, they are doing well. That's why they become great nation. You understand? No perfect nation, but great nation. That's why I said it's not a yes and no question. What I'm saying is that
it's just a rhetorical. No, okay, not rhetorical.
Yeah, my brother.
Will you borrow money to give Nigerian?
So we can borrow money. Understand when you talk Julius Berger, you have to understand Julius Berger when you talk about this Chinese company. Oftentimes, our government does not give them money. Julius Berger take crude for project. They can say this project is 70 billion naira. Then they take crude that was 70 billion. That's how they agree, because they know our government will not give them the money. They'll say it's not in budget. These are the things they used to do back in the days. These are the things the Chinese also, hold on, I'm telling you, the Chinese also come to get all these mineral and the natural resources. You understand why they are building. But where they are flexing us from the way it used to be before, when we used to have these sound engineers, where we used to have these top engineers in our polytechnics, schools, you understand, our technical schools, sorry to say, our technical schools, because these are the guys that work with the government as part-time regulators and the likes. This is where students now go for their industrial attachment. They do IT. So the Chinese people will come, our people will work with them. That's how China also grow. When, sorry, I like to go everywhere. When Elon Musk take Tesla to America, to China, that's how the Chinese people also learn the EV, that they do better than the Americans today. You understand? Because their people started learning from the technology that the Americans took to China. That's how they learn. So in our own case now, this is where we have Ministry of Labor, Employment and Productivity. It's still there today. This is where you regulate. You weed the chef out. When they bring all these funny people called experts, you kick all of them out. The Chinese will still do their thing. Then simultaneously, what are the parts that you bring our people to learn? Because they will come, they will recoup their money and they will go. For example, I work with Arike. Let me tell you, Arike borrowed 20 billion naira from First Bank. Do you know what they do? First Bank will tell them that you're going to put your money through First Bank. They might have other accounts, but First Bank will condition them. This flight, my Juliet Kilo, my Juliet Alpha, these two flights, any money that is coming from your flight that is going to South Africa is coming to First Bank. That's how they recoup. This is how the Chinese take their money. So like in the Chinese now, they take through the natural resources, the minerals that we have. The Julius Berger take crude for payment. Do you get the point? So getting their money back is not a problem, but taking advantage of us, that the part that we need to learn so that when they finish that thing, we can manage what they put on ground. These are the parts I'm talking. I am not blaming you for anything that you're saying. Thank you. You transfer knowledge. That's how the Chinese take over America today. You understand? So these are the things. But if you think when every one of us keep bragging that we have sound engineers, let's tell ourselves the truth. When we all went to school, our school is slowly becoming more of theory than practical. So in real time, this is where you get your OJT, your on-job training. This is where you get the sound engineers who can also help as regulators to know if they are doing very bad work. That's why oftentimes you see when they finish some project, over time you see this project didn't work very well. Do you know why? Because we have very weak regulators that did not inspect this project while they are carrying out all this project. These are the things I'm saying. So at the end of the day, they transfer this knowledge. You get this knowledge. Then another thing, some small thing, your supply chain. How do you also manage supply chain? How do you make payments with supply chain? Supply chain does not, in this present day and time, supply chain is not where you say, we want to buy this part, you buy this part. Supply chain, you are working with a company, you pay certain money. Anything you need, within 72 hours, they bring it down for you. You just keep paying money. You understand that at the end of the day, you do audit, you balance and every other thing. So supply chain is what we are having with our refineries. When one single part will break, they are still waiting for people to allocate money for them to bring the money for us to buy the part. When simple thing, you should have already worked with the company who produce all those things. As supply chain, you call them DHL, FedEx, UPS, they're flying that thing immediately. You understand? For things not to break down and every other thing, that's how things work. My sister, if you make mention of airpeace the other time, some things that we suffer in Nigeria that I feel for airline. Do you know aircraft is like bird? It's not supposed to be on ground. If the aircraft is on ground, it's to take passenger, take gas, take laugh, take water, take laugh out, take water, do catering, and go. Aircraft is bird. You understand? So one aircraft can make flights from Enugu, Abuja, Calabar, Lagos, Sokoto, one aircraft. If that aircraft got delayed for 1 hour in Sokoto, it's going to affect flight in Benin. It's going to affect flight. To make it worse, Nigeria is one country again in domestic flight again, where airport close. Why will airport close? Now, people that have the next flight for the next day, it's going to obstruct. So these are the little things here where our system keep failing us. If we go back to the way we do things, where everybody do their job, where we have strong institution, not strong men, I am telling you, everything will work. So these are the things. But just say you want to go bring one person to come, do some things, do them well and everything. Look at the house we build in Nigeria now. Look at 10 years old houses in Lekki. See how old and dilapidated they are. Because we don't have that maintenance culture. We don't factor that maintenance culture. Is that not why your uncle will tell you, buy me Korokpe every day, they deliver 20,000 a day? Because your uncle failed to understand that he's going to still save 8,000 to prepare for tire that will go flat, to change oil and everything. He's thinking it's 20,000. Then you sit down, marry second wife, be waiting for 20,000. Then when tire flat, you that buy the korope for him. It's the same you is asking for tire money. It's the same you is asking to change oil. It's the same you is calling that last man catch me on the road. These are the things. We don't plan for supply chain. We don't plan for maintenance. We don't plan for all these things. So these are all the things that I'm just saying. When we put things right in our different departments and sectors and every other thing, we're going to enjoy our country and we're going to laugh. We're going to smile at the end of the day. Thank you.
All right.
Please, you can't really just come with absolutes and say that the Chinese are taking things when they make an investment. You have nothing, absolutely nothing to back that up with.
I'm not blaming the Chinese. I'm not blaming the Chinese.
I never, it's only the Chinese I spoke about. Then secondly, your opinion doesn't even really matter because these people, they've been having these deals 3, 4, 5, they've been doing this energy thing that this man spoke about. They are already, even in Lagos, they've already set everything up already. Everything is already running. What you are complaining about that they should not do, they've been doing it for years already. Just that none of you knew about it until that senator spoke about it. They are already doing it in Uganda. Go on, I just ask you to please, before you make an absolute statement on this, do some research on it. They are already in so many African countries. They are in Europe already doing this thing that you say that they should not do. So your opinion doesn't even really matter. They are doing it already and they are going to do it regardless. And then you are accusing them of things that you have absolutely no proof they are doing, but you are making it like an absolute 100% sure statement that you know that they are doing it. It's very misleading to the people.
Solly, I have 1,001 proof. If you say there is no proof, go and ask the guy who work in CEEC when they are doing the rail, when they are building the airport. Go and ask the guys. If you have anybody who work, I have seasoned engineers as friends. They will tell you the Chinese guys that they bring. These guys don't know anything. These guys don't know many of them. And these are people that they call expatriate to take our money back. And Solly, I have to tell you, then Solly, I have...
And then the next is, of course, 5.8 billion naira being expended on change of name from NNPC to NNPCL. So as far as this committee is concerned, just the addition of L consumed 5.8 billion naira. And charged by 2 bodies.
All right, this is your country that you guys are spending energy trying to save, and I appreciate that. But we have to move on to other things. Let me just point out a few things before we go. This is P2B before the election, talking about going to Egypt to learn, understudy the country's power system and economy, and people laughed at him. And then we had here the last, the one that just left, minister, Nigeria to learn power generation from Egypt. That was Adelabo, that's his name, yeah, Adelabo, who just left. Now going to Egypt to learn power that I know people had fun laughing at P2B. The final thing I wanted to show is about the refineries. This is the idle refineries in Nigeria. We were spending, I think we spent 13 trillion. NNPC finally came out and said this was total waste of money. All right, we are going to take a break and we do rants and go home. But before we do that, I want people to tell me who wants to debate, because I was ready on Friday. There was nobody.
I want to debate Solly. I want to debate Solly because his generation, Solly generation upgrade hookup so bad that they can't do work other than do hookup. So I want to debate Solly.
All right. They learned the hookup from somewhere. They didn't invent it.
You guys take it 360.
So there were people who were interested in debating because we have to have 2 people agree before we can set it up. debating Pansat. Pansat dodged the debate. He didn't want to debate them. There were people who were interested in debating Jide. So are we doing Sully and Paul on Friday? Sully, are you in?
Sorry, what are we debating?
And we'll find the topic in question of whether you want to debate, because I think people have more things to say, and this structure doesn't allow that.
I have to come prepared now.
I know we do that. I have your number. Sully, I think I have your number. I have Paul's number. I will just arrange that. But first of all, you have
maybe it's finding the topic. Do you want us to debate Lagos? Do you want us to debate APC? Do you want to no?
No.
Since you and I argue Lagos all the time.
Don't worry about that. The first thing is you are available to debate on Friday, and we fix everything.
Yeah, I'm off on Friday anyway.
Sully, are you off?
No, I don't know. It depends on the time.
Okay.
If it's like the same time that we do on today's Saturday. Yeah, Saturday can work, but if it's like morning or afternoon, then
it will be morning. No, not for me too. So we arrange that. I will call you guys and we agree on topic, and I will put out a flyer. So that will happen, and then we plan it for the next Fridays. I want people to have time to have longer conversations. I don't like the fact that I stop you from expressing yourself as much as possible, but we have to move on. All right, we're going to take a break.
Let me do 1 minute rant before I leave. I need to leave.
Yeah, you have to wait for the break now. We have to take a break. When we come back, we rant. Everybody will rant. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us, and I appreciate all of you. We already booked for the next 2 months on debate. We have Adama debating forefathers. We have there's so many offers out here. So if you're interested in debating, you have to start from June now. We are booked for the next few months. All right, thank you, everybody. We are going to do the rants, and I'll give everybody 2 to 3 minutes. Find your best topic and you rant. I will start with you, AY. AY, you said you have from where you're going.
Yeah,
so
thank you. Thank you, Dr. Damages. My own is not really rant. I don't think I'll call it rant. But I think the issue of national security, it seems a lot of Nigeria is either we don't understand national security or we are just nonchalant. Especially with this government in power. Last year, a couple of years ago, they signed an agreement with France to have access to our data in terms of the tax system. This is a problem. They don't understand it. In December last year, they signed an agreement with America on the health sector, just because of support, to have full access to Nigeria data. They don't understand the importance. A government, some of the government officials were speaking, they said the benefit outweigh the concern. When some lawyers were speaking about this. Recently in Ghana, America wanted to help support, finance the Ghana health system for a budget worth over $100 million. Ghanaian government actually rejected it. You can go for check me. They rejected it. Their concern was data privacy and national security. Then I begin to wonder how the so-called giant of Africa don't understand the importance of this. Like that's what you also see on the floor of the Senate, where a senator is proposing that you should give your power sector to a foreign government to manage for years. And here, some people are really supporting. Say, oh, what is important? It is very important. You are selling your people out. People think it's just saying it, collecting money, put in your pocket. I don't care. It is very important. Issue of health system, issue of utility that evolve power. There are a lot of the security. You don't give your data, you don't give your information out. You don't sell your people out. People don't understand the importance of this thing. For example, if you give somebody a foreign country, let's say Iran, for example, let's assume they gave a foreign country to manage their power system. Now they are at war with America. American president can call that country, shut down the whole power in Iran. What are you gonna what are you gonna say? The government can easily conduct a cyber attack through that process as well. So we need to know the importance of this stuff. It's just that we have government that people are not thinking or they don't care. They just concerned about the money, they concern. We have to take these issues seriously. They are very serious issues. There are critical infrastructures. You don't allow foreign bodies to have access to them. Even if you want to do it, you have to make sure the people dealing with that body, they understand where what they should touch, where they should not go. This is very important. Thank you.
All right, thank you, AY. Let's go to Mr. James.
Thank you. I would have loved to say something about the situation in South Africa, but let me reason along with Mr. AY about this national security.
No, you don't have to. You can go on any tangent.
Yeah, I know. I have two topics in mind, so I have to speak on only one. Yeah. When Idi Amin was president of Uganda, Israelis raided Entebbe airport to free their hostages. That was many years ago. They succeeded because an Israeli firm built the Entebbe airport, the airport at Entebbe. So they had the blueprint with them. So to invade the airport and work out the modalities was just a work program. Now, if we look at what is happening in Iran today, to the best of my knowledge, I stand to be corrected. Please, Mr. Forefathers, can you correct me? The Iranians did not send their troops to West Point, Annapolis, Sandhurst, Aldershot, and other foreign military institutions. They have their own local military institutions working out things for them. This is very important because most of the problems we are encountering in Nigeria is because we are relying too heavily on foreigners. We need homegrown solutions to solve our local problems. When the Americans lost the war in Vietnam, they knew why they lost it, so they went back home to the drawing board to find out what actually went wrong. And after their homework, they came up with two solutions. One, they developed their air power. And secondly, espionage activities. Anywhere the Americans want to carry out a military operation today, first of all, they send ground spies to find out what is going on there. And they also use their air power. These are solutions they fashioned out of their experience in Vietnam. In Nigeria, if the country will survive, I still have traces of doubt in mind, if the country will survive, we must develop the habit of solving our problems internally instead of relying on external forces. Homegrown solutions are better than imported solutions. I'm sorry, I cannot speak on South Africa because I've spent my time.
Thank you so much. Mr. James. Let me, before we go to Masca, let me just point out that tomorrow, Mother's Day, we want to wish our mothers happy Mother's Day. We won't have any show tomorrow, at least 90 minutes, the regular one. But if anybody, one of the moderators wants, or if you want to host a show, you're open to. But there's no show tomorrow, Mother's Day. I will be back next Sunday for 90 Minutes Africa. All right, Masca, you're next.
If he is nodding her head that she wants to host mother's.
Oh yeah, that would be wonderful. We open the studio for her. That's not a question. You know.
Why are you doing like an
Masca, leave me alone. I didn't say anything. Good evening, Masca.
No, you should host something for mothers. So
yeah, we are open. Anybody who wants to. That's
Adama can do that. Ada.
Mm-hmm.
Ada can do that.
Mm-hmm. All right, Masca, go ahead.
All right, so I won't rant, but I will go back on two issues. First, I think you played a video of Channels TV rebuting. I don't know what they are rebuting, and this is why this country is it's a painful place to be. Not just physical pain, but the psychological pain. What was that rebuter? Are they saying that no, government did not give them the land free? Or are they rebuting that they are not making money on that land? What's the rebuter? You know, so I find that very offensive that they even come on the air and say that they are rebuting. They pay, okay, so you pay ground rent. How much is ground rent that you are paying? How much are they making there? So, and on top of it, that they, even the same channels now, government is still paying them. It's just painful that at least the same government that gave you that land, when the people, I don't like Wiki, but at least common sense require that the same government, that same FCT office that gave you land free, when he's having a program, you should go there free. But you see how messed up this place is. The people that will sit and be arguing that they are talking about poor people, look at how they are doing. But so that's one. And this is not to say that there are not good people doing journalism, people like you. And there's that other guy that you show who was harassed and is not doing like KJ, running away once there's any sign of problem. Okay, so there are good people doing a lot of good work as journalists. I appreciate them. And I think the space is only going to go bigger for people who really want to put out the stories out there. So that's that. The second, I want to push back again on Soli, because I think what I'm seeing popping up is the again the Nigerian problem, where we're always looking for shortcuts. Okay, you are not going to sit down and analyze deeply what is the problem, because in the first instance, if solely you are saying that you want to help the poor people, you should find out how did they end up being poor people in the first instance. Most likely they are supposed to have jobs. There are no jobs. What happened to the jobs? Now we are taking the same job now because there's one poor man you want to help, and in that process you're going to create multiple other poor engineers. Things that they are supposed to do, that we're supposed to fight for them. But it's not everything in life that is either or. It's not everything that is mutually exclusive. They can do this thing and they should do it with Nigerian participation. So I just want to push back, and I'm hoping that maybe Soli will hold his peace, since there is going to be a debate. Let him go and put down his facts and come and confront it. I don't know who is meeting, whether Ewa, but I'll be sure to call Ewa and give you some of my points. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Thank you. I'm just saying, I'm telling Soli now upfront that we are going to support
No, he's going to meet Paul. He's going to debate Paul.
We will certainly put points and send across. So you should know that you are not fighting only that person. Just as an elder, I'm being honest with you, I'm being open. So you won't say that, oh, we gang up against you. I think the route you are taking is a shortcut, and everything is not mutually exclusive in life. It's not either or. Two things can happen at the same time. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph.
All right, thank you, Maska. Mr. James, have I called you? I think you did. Did you speak? Okay. All right. Let me use this opportunity to say something. It's in connection to, because by the time everybody runs, it might be so far away from the topic. Tetona died this week. Most of you may not know. Most of you may know. He was a founder of CNN. This is how he started. His father was an advert guy. They were buying spaces, billboards where they put up advertisements. So when the father died, he decided to expand it, and he started buying maybe radio stations. From there, he moved on to, he bought a TV station. He turned it into TBS, and gradually he bought more TV stations, and he founded CNN. He had no experience in journalism. When he was doing this, when he wanted to start the 24-hour coverage and taking reporters straight to the site where something is happening, people who've been in the industry for many years said it's not possible. They thought he was crazy. There were obstacles, but he pushed through, and he transformed the media space. Had no experience. I'm saying this to say that people who break out, do something new, are typically people who say, you know what, I'm going to do this, even though people will say it's not possible, it cannot be done. And you don't have to have experience in those things to prove that it could be transformed. I just thought I should mention that. All right. Let's go to the next person. I'm looking for people who are far away from here. Let me go to you, forefathers, because you have to go and prepare for your show. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. The discussion seems interesting because the last point that was made seems to be contradictory to the position many Nigerians often hold. First, they will say, now you see how quickly they switched over to wanting Nigerians to do everything for themselves. Then when you say recruit people into the security forces, they will switch again. They don't want to do that. In other words, they seem to be, you tend to see a tendency of Nigerians to reject anything that will make any progress on the ground in the immediate terms. They don't like it. For some reason, it's like you just like to come here every weekend to complain. I don't understand the logic behind that. And in the end, I think Musk has said it's not either or. Then why are we criticizing him? It's never been either or. The Iranians get training from Russia. I think if Mr. James is asking, they do get training from Russia. They don't get it from Sanders or Fort Point, but they do get it from this in other parts of the world. So, like I said earlier on, it's not about picking one or the other. It's about when you pick, you know you have the fortitude not to allow it to compromise you. Because either way, you still have to deal with that problem of being compromised. For some reason, we seem to be dodging that ability to want to defend ourselves. No, you can run and hide. You sooner or later have to deal with it. You have to deal with that issue of yourself being compromised, because either you try to do it with your own engineers that are also compromised because all their focus is catching crews and trying to cheat each other and trying to make money, quick money, and run overseas or whatever else they want to do with the money, or foreigners who compromise you too. One way or the other, you have to figure out a way to stop both, because if you can stop one, funny enough, the same mindset that allows you to stop one will also allow you to stop the other one. It's a mindset issue, and I don't understand why we always keep looking for a way to push back on all these things. The reason why I sympathize with Solly on this is because he made a statement. He said because he wants to help the people now, and this is what I keep saying. That's when I also talk about this recruiting our people into securing the country. I say I want to help the people now, because all of you come every weekend to feel sympathy for all of them, but when they tell you they should recruit people to go and secure those people, you make every excuse under the sun. Even if you know those same security forces are the ones protecting people in the cities, that you go every December and catch crews and go and do all kinds of stuff with, those security forces are the ones protecting the city. Why can't you scale it up all over the country? The same thing we are doing now. We are saying, oh, the Chinese cannot build refineries for us. We can build it. Who says we cannot? Yeah, we can build it. It doesn't mean you shouldn't also accept opportunities to have it built for you if you can pay for it and get knowledge transfer, especially that key aspect that Paul raised about knowledge transfer. It's a serious one, because from what I gathered recently, that made me very, very I begin to feel a little bit downhearted about the way Nigeria is handling things, is that most of the relationships we've had, even in the military sector, they are not doing enough knowledge transfer till this date. And who is responsible for it? Us. We are the problem. If you say you sign a contract and say you have to transfer knowledge, why are you not making sure that is happening? Why is it that when those people leave, if something breaks down, you still go and call them back again? You see, we are the problem. Inside the whole system, we are the ones causing the problems ourselves, not about whether foreigners help us or whether we build it ourselves. If we build it ourselves, we'll compromise it. If foreigners help us, we'll compromise it. It's the same mindset. We have to stop making excuses and start doing stuff to actually help the country. Say whatever you like. You know, one funny thing that happened recently was that I may not be doing a lot in Nigeria, but you'll be surprised. Some of the things I'm doing in Nigeria is having an impact that people are talking about, but they don't know. You see, because it's not everything you do, you talk about it openly. You can fight and do things for yourself. Small things you will not even know where it's going to lead to. I don't understand this thing where we always like, if it's not this one, it's not the other one. And the way we shift is when it requires us to do something. That's the one we shift. We say secure the country, you don't want to do it. Somebody build it for us. Now we want to build it. We know we are not going to build it. Is it not us that have been running the refineries all this while? We know we are not going to do it. Let somebody that is going to do it. The Chinese can build fast. Let them build fast. The Chinese, as proud as they are today, the Soviet Union built massive infrastructures for them. Out of 156, they built 133. They completed 133 for them before they broke off their relationship with the Soviet Union. You see what they are capable of doing? They can still say, hey, you know what? We don't like you anymore. Go away. They have the power to do that because the Soviet Union can't force them to remain under their control. Then they go with the Americans for another decade, 3, 4, 5 decades till now. They're still working with the Americans, making a whole heap of money. And now look at how advanced they are. At the core of it is your ability to control your own power. And the Chinese understood that from the very beginning. And that is our problem. I keep saying it, until you fix your own national security, you make sure your nation is strong, and you make sure people are treated well, because that is also national security. If you keep having your people being maligned and treated badly, yeah, don't be surprised you end up like Iraq or Libya, where their own people are the ones that kill their leader. This is kind of stuff. This is why injustice is horrible. Not being afraid of death, like most of our men are always afraid of death and thinking that they're not going to die. It's a horrible disease. You have to do the right thing for your people, and whatever happens, let it happen. Because whatever you are afraid of, believe me, it's going to happen nonetheless. You could walk on the streets, it happens anyway. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Ovie, you're next.
We know this is time for competition. We know the rants. So I just use the opportunity to remind my disciples, 2.5 million voter disciples, stay focused. You know, we've come a long way. That is not the time to give up. Stay focused. Now neither go they put propaganda, distraction everywhere just to push up. No, stay focused. Just like our political godfather, the man himself, Monday Paulo. Opposite, you know, Sabi speak English, you know anything, no, he was focused. So, and the results we feel are so let's emulate him. He's a product of Tony and then we should have that in the back of our mind. So, we are on course. We are on course. Regime, I will take care of the whole nation, but they do shine. That's all I have for today, just to remind us that the task at hand is should be the ultimate goal. No,
all right.
No amount of rigmarole will distract us. We are on course.
Thank you, Ovie. I wanted to say that somebody. Okay, I don't like to interrupt rants. Otherwise, go ahead, Sola.
Right. Okay. Number one, I think you still permit me some extra minutes. To my man, Solly, I mean, you're doing very well. I like some of the way you talk, the way you fight your corner. The only thing I'll just say as brotherly advice is that sometimes you just make your point, and you just make your point. You can't win every battle, and you cannot win every war. So sometimes you go, you leave, and just to live for another day. That one is second. Secondly, to Mr. Steve, when people don't live in Nigeria, they don't understand Nigerian politics. And when I say that, when I make the statement I made, I'm talking in particular to Nigerian politics. And like Mr. James said, does it mean that I'm supporting it? Totally no. But the reality is that, look, we are making mistakes. And recently this week, I stumbled on Edmond Obilo, for people who know the guy. If you go and listen to his podcast and the people that he's doing from his podcast, very, very intellectual, talks about Nigeria, only Nigeria. He's a very, very good guy, Edmond Obilo. Go and listen to his podcast 2 years, 3 years ago, recently 7 months. You will understand the complexity of Nigerian problems. And for us, I think if anybody wants to change Nigeria, I think part of the things they need to change is Nigerian constitution, Nigerian security architecture, as well as the judiciary. And that is what the people have been talking about, that true federalism, this is the only way. No matter what Peter Obi does, he's a good man. He wants the good for the country. But the power to be will not allow him to be there. Regardless of whatever he does, they will steal it, hook or crook. These guys are politicians, way, way smarter than him in politics. And I want people to underline our word. In politics, in Nigerian politics. So we have to have that. Regarding the refinery, to be honest with you, bringing Chinese people to do it is not the problem. It has never been the problem. But the major issue is that they've been bringing people to fix these refineries. I don't think it's only Nigerians that have been coming to fix these refineries. Now we're only talking about the due process. He just came, bundled some, said, oh, they're having some Chinese people coming to do some few things in Nigeria. He didn't put it open, he didn't throw it open, no bidding, nobody, nothing. You just impose these guys on us. I mean, sincerely, it's not fair. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make the process open. And what we are saying is that you spend billions of naira on this refinery. Sell it all. It's not working. Why are you holding on to it? I mean, there are so many Nigerians that can buy it and more or less listen to this to whoever wants to buy it, or to listen from anywhere in the world. So I think it is the process that people are talking about. And when it comes to the South African thing, to be honest with you, I don't know who said it. It's simply because of the fact that they are jobless. And please, I want us to always have this notion. Nigerians help South Africans and whatever. Please, let's just forget about it. South Africans have moved way ahead of Nigeria. I get them before, no before party. And I think it's simply because of the fact that we don't have government in Nigeria. I'm sorry to say it. That is the reason why South Africans will be killing, massacring. I mean, if they can be, policemen can be killing ordinary fellow Nigerians inside Nigeria, and the government is not doing anything. So what will now happen to Nigerians that are in South Africa or anywhere else in the world that are killing, slapping, beating, shooting, stabbing? I mean, this is absolutely barbaric. And I think that for us here on this platform as well, what we need to be advocating for is that true federalism, that confab that Jonathan, that all of them went for in 2012. We need to revisit it. They need to implement it. This is the only way we can take Nigeria off these people's hands. If we don't restructure our constitution, change it totally, these politicians will continue. And we are only just seeing small, Solly said something while I was coming. He said Nigerians have not seen poverty. And it is true. Tinubu will show them pages. See, by the time Tinubu leaves in 2031, I swear down, Nigeria will be in abject poverty. When I mean abject poverty, they will be crying. Because this guy has borrowed so much money, he will continue borrowing till that country runs down. And that's just the reality. So even the next person that is going to come from the north, they're going to do the same thing. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Sola. Paul, you're next.
Yeah, Doctor, I just feel bad. Sometimes when Solly say these things, because of good percentage of us, we like that country very well. It pains me a lot. Doctor, my health insurance in America work in Ghana. I use Aetna. It's an American hospital that they accept my health insurance in Ghana. I can't even bring that card out anywhere in Nigeria. I can't even, you understand? Even my credit card, my debit card, so many places in Nigeria I can't work. This is how I feel. If Nigeria work for us, it becomes an advantage for us because some of us want to retire home. Some of us want to eat that good quality food. We fail to understand that food is our first medicine. You understand? So when you eat that healthy food, it's better than any pills you want to swallow every now and then. It really pained me, but something about this electricity thing, AY said it about national security. Power is national security. We should remember very well. When they want to take Maduro, they turn the light off in Venezuela. National security. They can turn your light off. You understand? You don't want to do that. You understand? The so-called Iran, the same thing. They use through their camera on their streets to monitor everything that is going on. You understand? They take over the system and everything. They use through their camera to monitor everything. We have to be very careful. These are very, very important things. The protests in Kenya, the same thing happened with...
The Maduro power plant was built by this is Venezuelans? Was it because it was with the Chinese that they turned it off? But why we have to learn what is under national security and what is not. Power supply is not under national security because any critical infrastructure is supposed to be protected beyond the national grid by default. Anyway, I don't understand why we just say when we are not very sure.
No. Look, remember I told you some technology, certain things we don't have. Let us tell ourselves the truth. We can ask people to come build, but we'll take over. My uncle worked in presidency for about 35 years. This is how it is. When government stand up, say, for example, Tinubu want to buy an aircraft. If they stand up that they want to buy an aircraft, the aircraft from the carcass, they take an Air Force, the guys there, to monitor this aircraft. They study everything on this aircraft till they finish this aircraft. After they finish this aircraft, these guys will go to be the maintenance, the engineer that will take care of this aircraft so that they can comb everything. Not like the aircraft, it's time for the aircraft to go for A check, B check. We're not talking about C check. Then you send that aircraft to Brazil, to America, to France. That's not good. So that's why you train your own to take over.
There are different levels of concern. Like you are not going to have your child look after some other person look after your child and raise your child, but you're going to have your child go to school. There are certain things, but this.
That's why when Stoli asked me that question, remember what I said? I said it's not a yes and no question because yes can be right and yes can be wrong and no can be wrong and no can be right.
It was a
you understand? There is no straight question because every time that I shit, I piss. Sometimes I will not piss. So it's never always straight all the time. Remember, it's never. Sometimes I fast, sometimes I don't.
The refinery for the NNPC, they are not doing that. They are trying to provide it for the people.
Father, I'm just speaking my words. Things that you need to understand. Let me tell you. I go back again to Kenya. Kenya, what started the protest in Kenya? The congressmen, when they talk about their tax bill, whatever bill that they talk about, go online and look. There is 25 US congressmen in their parliament on that day. Why are they there? Condition them how to make things hard for their people because of their own interests. That's how the people stand up and protest and everything. It's time for us, like that James said, it's time for us to understand home growth. It's not every condition we'll take. Just like you talk about the health issues and everything, give us all your health informations and everything. It does not work like that. But we have to grow. We have to grow our people. We have to steal technology. But Father, if you graduate in places like Usuka, you did well with first class when it comes to engineering and everything. You can go to school in America to go start your BSc all over. In that case, you are going to steal. You want to go learn. Where they will pick you like a juniors. They don't even know that you have the knowledge. You are transferring knowledge back. This is how the Chinese do. This is how other countries steal technology, how they grow these things. That's why you see when America lost their aircraft, whenever any place they go, they blow it off because they don't want you to even pick the carcass to learn anything from it. They blow it off. These are the things. So these are important. Sometimes in life, you take painful decisions. If you work in management sometimes, if you work as just a lead in your place of work, sometimes you fire people that you call your very good friend, that you hang out outside work, but you know they are not good when it comes to the job. Sometimes you take that painful decisions and everything. You might be the one that will also tell them, oh, so place is hiring. But you just know that this person can never be your team. Because winning team don't change strategy. But if you have a loser around you, I don't think you think that you are a winner when you have somebody that will put you down. That's my take.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Let's go to Okija and then
15 seconds if possible. Just 15 seconds, I swear, it's not going to be more. See, I don't know why they keep saying power is and this in a critical infrastructure. That is true. Just like education is critical infrastructure to your children, but you're assigning to some other person to do. I don't understand how people cannot understand where you draw the line. Come on, you should know where you draw the line. And other nations have other countries build power stations for them. It doesn't threaten your nation. Not really. If you are clever enough, you should know that you should restrict it to civilian infrastructure, not to your military, this is your defense or anything like that. Thank you.
All right.
Good day, everyone. Forefathers, it seems like the right moment. You spoke, and then I'm speaking. You said that Nigerian men are afraid to die. I don't know why you're still alive. Why not just go back to Nigeria and just die for us? Why are you still here? Just go back to Nigeria. This security you're talking about, join them, join the military, whatever, form a paramilitary, whatever, join our men there, whatever, do whatever you have to do. Just let's get this thing done. Every day you keep ranting. I'm tired. I'm just tired. Just go and do it. Nigerian men are afraid to die. You are in London, having a good life. You want people to go and die in Nigeria. Just go there. Anyway, this is not the reason why I came. I came for the show, not for rant. For debate. Actually, when you're talking about debate, I wanted to come and debate you, Dr. Damages, because I know you don't believe in God. I wanted to, debate you that there is God. Then I wanted to debate Chim or KJ that there is no God. So that's what I was thinking about. Anyway, that was why I think. So yeah. So I don't know. Okay, but you can if you want.
When I finish my book about Jesus, what was the title of the book again? Do you remember? I've forgotten. All right, when I finished that, why there is no Jesus or something like that. No, not why there was. It's something about why he was mad with him or something. Yeah. Why? Do you remember the one about using the Hubble telescope to find to find Jesus and Muhammad? Yeah.
On the Hubble telescope. Yeah. Okay.
When it's done, we can talk about that.
Okay. Anyway, so and also was listening to Soli and Paul. I don't know. Soli is still young. Nigeria has been paying for contracts to Chinese companies with crude. They have been doing that for a very long time. They've taken up loans, with crude. They've been doing that. And Paul was saying something about the Chinese people bringing people who are not qualified to do the job. Basically, that's what they do. And it's all over. I don't know what's clean up Nigeria. It involves so many things. Not only Peter, what he's talking about. Coming to stop overspending and whatever. There are some other things that need to be there. People. You're talking about xenophobia. Maybe I don't know. I don't like, but some people need to be chased out of Nigeria. For instance, Chinese, Lebanese. They need to be chased out of Nigeria because what they are doing to Nigerians. They take it over. They bring their people. Let me tell you example. This one, Chinese. Paul was right. Do you know what Chinese do? People you don't understand. The plan of these people for Africa. Chinese, they had a debate in their parliament. They said they were going to send 100 million Chinese to Africa. 100 million Chinese to Africa. And they've been sending people, you go to some places like Uganda, you see Chinese farmers, I'm not talking about machinery, I'm talking about farmers in, Uganda, Zambia, whatever, that's what they do. You go to Liberia, you see Chinese running the brothel, in Africa, Liberian women, they do the work for them. Chinese women, they collect money, they do that. And in Nigeria, this is true. Do you know what they do? In Chinese prisons, when people are about to leave prisons, they have a program. When people are about to leave prison, maybe they give them, they give them, a parole or whatever. Chinese companies in Africa will employ them and bring them to Africa. They do that in Nigeria. And then, the program.
Do you have any evidence that they said they were going to send 100 million to Nigeria, Africa?
Now that's been not be today's news.
You can't just be saying stuff that is not accurate.
I'm sure this one was about 8 years ago. I read it.
But it's false. It's false.
It's true. It's true. Anyway, it's my time. When it's your time, you can say whatever. Anyway, so what they do, they bring all these criminals. The Chinese companies, for instance, if they are paying these workers, the program with the government, if they're paying these workers 500, naira, whatever. The Chinese company will take about 300 naira and pay them 200 naira. That's why. So when their time, expire, when they are up for, to be released from prison, then they go back to China. That's what they do. They do that in Nigeria. So it's possible, that's why, you have a lot of unqualified Chinese, unqualified Indians. They do that as well. They bring their own people into Nigeria, people who are not qualified to do the job. You go to some companies in Nigeria. Someone was telling me about her experience working with Lebanese. They brought Lebanese from Lebanon, and they were paying the Lebanese, $3,000 a month, with a house and with a vehicle. And then people who are working, Nigerians who are working there, they're paying 30,000, 70,000 naira a month. But this guy was being paid about $3,000. So these are some of the things the government they need to chase out a whole lot of people. People who are doing the mining. You see a lot of Chinese, all over doing mining. You go to when I was in Nigeria sometime, and I went to the Tinkan Island, and I saw a lot of Chinese vessels, fishing in Nigerian water. Chinese, Filipino vessels fishing in Nigeria. Well, like, do they have license to fish in Nigerian waters? So all these things, there are so many things, wrong with Nigeria. That's why, you look at my my tagline, to break up Nigeria is our collectivity. That's how, because it's not going to work. Nigeria has been sold already.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Okija. Sally, your turn.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to sense the rules of the debates, because I'm not going to come here and have all this kind of Nigerian debates, all this, the way you argue with Nigerians and talk with Nigerians. We are going to have the white style of debate. Mr. Paul, I will advise you to watch when they are about to have elections in Netherlands, watch how they do their debates. That's the kind of debate I want to have. Be prepared. So I will send Dr. Damages the rules. You can look at it. They will be 100% fair, but I want to show Nigerians how you argue intellectually. I'm not going to say it here now because I don't want Mr. Paul to be prepared. I want him to come as he is. Come the same way you argue here. We will do Netherlands type of arguments, Netherlands type of debates. Yes, that is what I want. So as far as the Mr. Masker, I wish he was still here. The poor engineers that he is saving for, right? All the refineries they've built, that Nigeria has built for our poor engineers. Our poor engineers, they are getting old, waiting for it. They cannot feed their family. But because we don't want Chinese people to steal and build and bring their people to build, those poor engineers, their family cannot eat. But you know what? As long as it gives us pride, right? As long as the Chinese don't steal from us, let the engineers suffer. Let their family suffer. Let millions of Nigerians that rely on work from abroad, remote work, let them suffer. Let them not be able to charge their work. Let them be getting denied jobs, because they don't have electricity to charge their devices and feed their family, so that they cannot start doing fraud. That is the best thing for Nigerians, just because it will not affect you. All these selfish, self-centered opinions that will not affect you is good for the people. That's why the youth should just suffer. They should be wasting their life away because we don't want Chinese people to come and invest. Something that they are already doing, right? Then we will now use the argument of they want to take our crude, knowing fully well that it is not all projects that, they are taking crude oil. But in order to make sure that they don't come and Nigerians suffer, right? Because we want to be more wicked than the APC. We want to be more wicked than our leaders. It is better for them to go away. And the Indians, they should go away too. The Chinese, they should go away too. The Lebanese, they should go away too. But when the white people in the countries that you stay in tell you to go away, you start saying, oh, they are racist. They are so racist. They don't like black people. They don't know that we are paying tax. It's good. What is they should just suffer. That is the best thing. So let's continue with this kind of debates. When we come back again, I'll be fully prepared. I will not bring my IQ down to make that argument. I will come to finish. So let's go for that debate. Thank you.
Right. Sorry, the damages. I think some years ago there was an Indian company in Nigeria. Okay, so what they used to do, once workers come to work, they lock them in. Night shift. They lock them in and they stay there. There was a fire break about 200 Nigerians died in that factory. Indian company.
Okay, let me help you. It's not Indian, it's Chinese company. Ikorodu bonfire. The lawyer that represents this Chinese company is Afe Babalola. Doctor, go online and check it. Why these people are struggling from the warehouse to come outside again, there is a gunshot towards the wall where the people are coming out because they don't want anybody to come out alive to tell their story. Just like an American police who shoot to kill so that they say they fear for their life. Ikorodu fire. Go online and check. These are the Chinese that you're talking about.
There was a Chinese restaurant in Lagos that stopped Nigerians from coming to the restaurant. So all
Dr.
this
Damages,
don't happen in US. In US, they employ you.
That happened in Abuja.
Because you have capacity.
Dr. Damages, let me tell you.
In Chinese, they bring inferior workers and then they intimidate. You know, we don't come here to America and then we intimidate Americans.
We have low self-esteem.
But you come to Nigeria,
okay, hold on, guys. We have to organize.
No, Dr. Damages, let me just give you an example of what they just did. Nigerians are committing fraud in America, so they should not allow Nigerians into America again.
That's not what we're saying. That's not what we're saying.
That's exactly what you are saying. I don't understand how you can hear yourself. Can you hear yourself? What you are sending out there. That's why I say you are wicked. You are in foreign countries enjoying this thing. You don't want it to
let us
I've said everything.
It will be very hard.
People are actually wicked. You are in foreign countries enjoying
it. It will be very hard for you to eat with old people the way you are talking. You don't even understand hard age at all. It will be very hard for you to eat with old people. It will be very hard for you to eat with old people. You understand? Wisdom, knowledge, and it gets on.
I cannot be wrong. Nah. If you are right, I cannot be wrong. America should stop letting Nigerians come into that country because of what minority of Nigerians are doing. Let us go that way then.
All right.
Solely, that's why they don't give that's why they don't give you light for all that where you did. Because they understand that you are Nigeria. That's why they didn't give you light there.
All right. So guys, this is why I may have to enforce it. That when we are ranting, nobody should respond to any rants so that we can do the ranting and finish up. And this is why we should have a debate. So we have time to, deal with any topic properly. All right, KJ, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages, for hosting and holding on to, their feet to the fire. What am I going to rant about? I think I'll just do the Nigerian thing because every other thing, I agree. Countries are not treating us well because we don't have a country. The life of Nigerians are not priority to anybody, whether in Nigeria or outside of Nigeria. So what is a big deal if somebody is being killed? I mean, how many people? They can kill as much as they want. Nobody's going to do anything. So if you're a Nigerian out there, please mind yourself, just obey the law. And when they don't want you because you're Nigerian, pack your load and go in Jesus' name. Because nobody's going to come to your aid. Nobody. Not the Tinubu. Since you're not the Sheyi of this world, if you were, you have security. But you're not Sheyi of this world. So nobody's going to come to your aid. Those in Southern Africa, what I will say is this. Since even the OAU have been sitting quietly and not saying anything. And since the West ECOWAS is not saying nothing, and since Almighty Tinubu will not say nothing either, you have nobody to fight for you. It's just you and your chi. So I will advise, if you still know the road to your father's house, and then nobody can come to your land and remove you, pack your load and go in Jesus' name. Unless, of course, you want to see yourself being beaten out. Look at the people who see the lady two ladies that they tore their clothes and was beating them on the distance and using their footwear to march on their private parts and all that, carrying their leg open in the streets. Did any of you see that thing? So since I saw that video, I said to myself that these people are evil beyond any other set of Africans I've seen. Because, I mean, how do you do that? You have sisters. If you think they shouldn't be is that the way to treat them? And they are busy congratulating themselves, And of course, we are re-emphasizing that the fact they call us, baboons and monkeys. We are really true that what we are, because they see these videos and they just say to themselves, that's why we can't treat these guys better. Look at how they treat themselves. And that's why people, no matter what happens anywhere in Nigeria, I mean, people see and they just say, if their country is not treating them well, why should we treat them well? So many people who are supporting blindly whatever the government is doing and getting away with it, it will all get round. What goes around comes around. One day it will be your turn. Now, having said that, finally, I will say this. For those who think that when we are complaining about Tifnubu here and we are being tribalistic, we said once the fish start getting rotten from the head, since that certificate forgery was accepted, the Supreme Court helped to forge that to happen, to become law in Nigeria. Since they decided to rewrite the constitution by saying Abuja has become a state, that many other things are going to follow. So now certificate forgery has become a thing, to the point that we have now accepted that you can forge and become a governor in your state. What more can we talk about, gentlemen and ladies? Do you think we still have a country? It is going to eventually boom around or turn around or revolve to all of us. When the president of certificate, they ask you, did you really go to school? Are you one of those ones who forged? Then you say, well, I went to school. You have to be defending your certificate. My brothers, that is where we are. As for those who are going to bring money out to election, those who are saying if Obi doesn't bring money, he will not win. Obi, don't bring money. Let them not vote you. If I were you, if they don't vote me 2027, I will carry my wife, beautiful wife, go Bahamas, buy one house near the sea. They just enjoy my life. But, I wouldn't even bother myself again with whatever is going on in Nigeria. If not like, make una do well. If not like, make una leave. Because the man has done the best he can. There's nothing to add. If not like, make una follow Tifnubu. If not like, make una vote the person who go change that country. All day your hand. Thank you, sir.
All right, KJ, thank you. And finally, Ife.
Okay. KJ, I think you said most of everything, but I don't think we have suffered enough in Nigeria. Whatever happened in the next election, I won't say it won't bother me because I still have family back home. Just like what is happening in America, gas is $4, in the state of Georgia now. But let's come back to Nigeria. I've asked this question before and I will ask it again. If you can tell me one thing this current administration, one thing they have done for this country called Nigeria, just one. I didn't say two, just one. Tell me one big infrastructure, apart from the highway they are building that we know that they're not going to complete it in 20 years. Forget about that highway. Tell me one infrastructure that under these 4 years they have built, or one thing this administration they have done for us. Anybody? Apparently no. So that's number one. Number two, when you say you have incompetent...
Sorry, can you repeat the question again?
When you say you have incompetent leaders in this country called Nigeria, I agree. For example, how can you have a lawyer to be an aviation minister? I've said this before, and I will explain more. Delta flying from Nigeria, from Atlanta to Nigeria, you have to carry one luggage. It's no more two. And you ask yourself, how did we even get to this point? That our leaders, the so-called aviation minister, is not defending, it's not even speaking on our behalf. You have to pay extra $100 in order for you to carry a second suitcase. While, and not only that, we pay so much money to fly from Nigeria, from Atlanta to Nigeria, and from Nigeria back to Atlanta. But if you are flying from here to Asia, it is cheaper. Can somebody tell me, analyze that for me? That somebody who is flying from Atlanta to Asia pay less money than somebody who is flying from Nigeria to Atlanta or to US. Then we have aviation minister who is doing nothing, literally. And we are paying through our nose. And not only that, we are paying so much and we are not being treated fairly. I was talking to her, I talked to one of my friends that just went to Nigeria now. She said, I will never fly Delta again. She flew Ethiopian Airlines and stopped at Enugu. She said, this is the best flight ever. You are respected. And, if you go to book now, they are fully booked for, if you want to go from here to Port Harcourt. So, how do you expect things to work in Nigeria? There is no way anything can work in Nigeria. In my town, a state local government in my, the chairman in my town, did empowerment, and somebody posted it. Guess what he gave them? Cassava stem. That's what he used for empowerment. Cassava stem. There was an incident that happened that this young guy that came to Ojogu Kiwi's platform, and his sister brought him. And talk about the working condition. I think that company was owned by a Chinese company. I don't know if any other person saw it, that about 40-something people have died in that, working in that company. 2 weeks later, that boy died. I can't remember the name of the woman, but she went there finally to shut the company down. Can you do that in China? Can you do that in India? But only in Nigeria. Foreigners will come to our country and mistreat us, and you don't have people to speak for you. You don't have people to defend you. This past week, during this week, Money Point, I think CEO, said something that Nigerian youth are lazy, that they have so many jobs, but people don't want to fill the position. And people got on them. And my question, how much are you going to pay people for this position? I heard Reno Mockery talking about gas is whatever, it's expensive in London. And I'm like, is this man okay? Is this man even, I don't know whether he thinks with his 3 legs. Is he even okay? How can you compare, London to Nigeria with the price of gas? Not only that, we have oil in our country. And you keep asking yourself, what does the war happening in Iran? How is that our business? Qatar, they have oil. Other Arab nations, they have oil. And I don't think their prices went up. So why are we using this as an excuse? We don't have electricity. Dangote already said he's going to give us, go up to 20,000 megawatts or something like that. This is the private citizen. This is not government. So I keep asking, what does our government do for us? And nothing will happen to you in any other country if it's not even in Nigeria. Your government will not come out to defend you. We are talking about what is going on in South Africa. It was just recently that Bianco Ono said that they're going to send a flight to repatriate people, bring people back to Nigeria. Nothing. No sit down and have an agreement or have discussion with South African government. And this is supposed to be a country. And nobody's saying anything. And people kept quiet. So my thing is this. I don't think we have suffered enough. So if Tinubu wins next year, whenever the election is going to be, I'll be so happy at this point. Until we get sense. I see we are not ready. We are still not ready. You are buying fuel 1,400. People are paying for solar. Not everybody can afford that. It is only in Nigeria that I can hear somebody who's supposed to be your leader tell you that you cannot afford electricity. Very soon they will tell you cannot afford to buy the air. Imagine if you are paying for the air. They will tell you cannot afford that. And I've asked you, tell me one thing government is doing for us or has done for the citizens. You can't even say anything. Our money has depreciated to the point I've never seen Nigeria so bad like this. People go home and come back and say, Nigeria is getting worse and worse and worse. And people are still supporting this government. But come to think about it, most of the people that are supporting APC, they don't live in Nigeria anyway. If you come to think about it, most of them, their families, they live abroad. So, I don't have any other thing to say. I'll just sit down, they look. If Tinubu wins 2020, we will clap for him. We move. It will affect everybody. My thing is that not to say that if you want to go buy bread, they will tell you, oh, you are APC and you are NDC. We will sell $2 and we'll sell the other person $1. We move. All of us go suffering. So not be saying only other parties, both ABC, both APC, both ADC, all of them will suffer it. Let's see what 2027 will bring.
All right. Thank you, Ife, for that. And thank you, everybody who joined us. It's been a wonderful day. I hope, forefathers, when you start your show, you will talk about the topics we couldn't reach. Some of them are Labour Party. What happened to Labour Party in your UK? We wanted to know how they feel. Even the Conservatives didn't do well in the council election that happened this week. So you can touch on that. Of course, Aisha Yusufu is running for Senate. The same thing with Peter of Nigeria. You can touch on that. And Adam Oshomole, the battle with Godswill at Babio. So those are some of the topics we didn't get to.
Hey, question. There's this thing going on. I don't know how true is it that Hope Uzodinma is trying to contest for a Senate seat in or Law Central or something. But I'm wondering, and that's one thing I keep on saying, is he not a governor? So
he's a former senator. So if you go back again, he's eligible to contest for ranking member like Senate president because he's a former senator.
So he's going to resign as a governor.
No, when he finish, of course, he knows when he finish now, he will retire back to Senate. And because he's a former senator, you understand, if he goes there and he has good relationship with Tinubu, he may contest for ranking position, like even the Senate president. So
But
that's
the
the fear with
election is
Akpabio.
next year, January.
If these people know how to plan very well now, how they talk like this, that they get government now.
All right. So thank you again, everybody, for watching. Thank you, those at home, those on the comment section. For those who didn't hear me when I said tomorrow there won't be any show, we're taking the day off. 90 Minutes Africa is off. But if any of the moderators who would like to have a show, they can have a show. Let me thank those that supported us. It's always very important to remember that they are the people that make this possible, apart from those that come in here. Oriaku Tope, thank you so much, Guy. Thank you so much, Team Majek. Thank you, Eccentrica. Thank you for your support. Real K, thank you. Chibike, thank you, Team Majek. And who else? Don Anthony, thank you. Emir of Abuja, thank you. And of course, Oriako. So thank you so much. If you are in the comment section, you can like the broadcast. People still watch after we've ended it. That will help us to reach more people. Again, thank you all, those at home, those behind the scene. My executive director, you were very good today. Most of the videos I played for you guys, it wasn't me. It wasn't me that knew they were in existence. They were sent to me. All the people that work behind the scene, thank you all. The moderators, I tend to forget all of you, especially those on the comment section helping out. Thank you all. Ify, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. KJ, thank you. Forefathers, thank you. Mr. James, thank you so much, especially those from Africa. We appreciate all of you. Thank you, Ovie. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Sully. Thank you, Okija, and everybody else who is who came in to be part of this conversation. Like I say every week, this would not make any sense. It wouldn't work without any of you being here. I will be here for 3 minutes. I won't have anything else to say. So I appreciate all of you. Thank you again, and I will see you next week for the regular show, 90 Minutes Africa, and have your say on Saturday. Until then, I appreciate all of you. Stay safe. Happy Mother's Day tomorrow for all the mothers, people who are celebrating anywhere in the world. I will see you. Bye. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Mimi shida yangu ni kusaidie. Ndio shida yangu. Ukisema uondoke huyo, anakutafuna hapo hapo. Unaona kichwa alivyokuelekezea hicho? Hicho kichwa amekuelekezea kwenye mguu wako. Ni kwa sababu tu, sema ukweli wako. Hizo ndizo umezipata wapi?
Nisamee, nimezipata hapo hivyo.
Yaani umezipata hapo shamba la nani?
Nimezichukua tu kwa sababu sisi njaa tu, yani njaa kwa sababu mimi naishi na mdogo wangu alafu sina kitu.
Sasa ndio uje kuiba kwenye mashamba ya watu. Yaani uje kuiba. Sasa haya angekugonga huyo angekuluma. Yaani huyo ndo amekukamata ili wewe usiondoke. Yaani ukitingishika ujue umelika. Na mimi nakurekodi hii video ili niende niwapelekee serikali wasiseme kwamba labda nimekuonea. Huyo yeye ataondoka na shughuli zake. Lakini sasa ndio angekuja mtu mwingine. Mimi kwa sababu ndo mwenye shamba naweza kumtoa huyo, umeona anaondoka huyo, hana shida. Ndio kama angekuwa mtu mwingine. Singekuua mdogo wangu.
Ndio, lakini sitorudia tena, nisamee.
Yaani kwa nini wewe watalishe maisha yako kwa sababu ya ndizi hizo? Ndizi hizo ndio utalishe maisha yako kuingia mashamba watu kuiba. Sasa mdogo wangu mimi nakuachia kwa sababu yule jamaa usimwona anakuachia. Anaondoka. Lakini usije ukarudia. Tulia hivyo hivyo, muache aondoke. Usije ukarudia tena. Ukija ukirudia kitakachokukuta. Tulia hivyo hivyo, ukihangaika atakuula wewe, atageuka watarudi. Tulia hivyo hivyo. Usije ukaingia tena mashamba ya watu. Mashamba ya watu wengine ya watu hawaingii. Acha kelele sasa. Mwacha aondoke. Mwenye anaja atakufungua ataondoka. Shusha mzigo hapo chini. Uondoke zako.